As is Jiggly tradition, y'all, we are here for the opening of Bellsprouts as my tea kettle boils. And, everybody just wants to hear a tea kettle beep and boil on stream. That is what you come for. At a minimum, I believe I'm at least speaking to you all. You can hear me. This is the final episode of Between Two Bellsprouts. For now, we're calling it the end of chapter one. As you will likely hear me say many times, or if you ask me any questions, I am going to tell you I don't know the answer. I'm not making any grand declarations. I'm ending this right now because I don't have the ability to continue it in the way that I want to continue it. A lot of that will be explained in the closing, but for now, we are here to celebrate the show that we've had and the times that we have had. And I'm so glad to have all of you present for this. I have got on stream not only my two consistent Bellsprouts, Ethan and Alyssa. I've got the OG Bellsprout, 2 Butters, and the Oddish slash Gloom, Sir Maximus in the middle. All of the people who have, from the beginning of this show onward, made it what it is, made it possible for me to make this thing into a reality. And frankly, I think lend credibility to it because I've always just kind of been a talking head, a guy who rambles, who talks too much, probably doesn't play the game as well as I used to. But I don't know how many times I've really had a chance to say this to you, Butters, but I mean, obviously early on when I asked to have you come on, and obviously you later went on to do Shoutcast School with me. We were kind of both just late night rando streamers, and we vibed with each other, but it wasn't nearly the community that it was now. But even then, I knew that having somebody of your caliber of play lent a certain credibility to somebody like me who just frankly would just be sort of screaming into the wind without anybody listening to me. And by that same token, Alyssa, when I brought you in and you obviously had your resume as having put together ARPVP and been just a huge force in the community as we all tried to get through the issues that COVID threw at us, and we tried to continue to have the battles that we all loved. And Ethan is literally the guy who, behind the scenes, would talk to, I would say, 80 to 90% of the guests that we would get on. He would be the one who would do that legwork for me and would make sure that we had people to talk to each week. Because frankly, we love to talk to each other, and sometimes we have the most fun when we're talking to each other. But not everybody in the community is here just to see how Jiggly and his Bellsprouts vibe. And to Max in the middle, who literally he went from guy that I couldn't watch on stream because of some weird glitch in my browser. So he stumbled into my stream one night and he was chatting and he ended up on stream, and I had never met the guy. I'd always meant to check out his stream, and every single time I would launch his stream, it would give me garbage. But uh, we got that worked out, and literally nobody has been there for me like this guy when I have been in just the worst places in my life. And there's nothing you can ask from somebody than to have somebody who's there for you when you hit those downs. And so each one of you means so much to me and have meant so much to me through the run of this show and through all of my streams that I just have to say from the onset that I couldn't be here with a better bunch of people. So I'm going to try to leave at least some of the sentimental misty stuff and not just blow up the stream from the start. But I would be remiss if I did not get that out of the way. And y'all are my favorite people in the world. Um, so We are here. Obviously, the show is ending and it's ending for a reason, which is at least in part due to the fact that I'm not always feeling this game and I'm not always feeling this community. But right now, the first thing that comes to mind when you're talking about Pogo PvP is that we just rolled over in GBL into the Little Jungle Cup. And these little cups are always something that are sort of an interesting dynamic in the community because I think you really see the sort of dynamics in the community as far as what different people value. Some people really look at these cups and they say, "Oh man, this is so gross. Why would you ever want to invest in a mon that's 500 CP?" Other people look at it and they're just like, "Well, at least I don't have to do a bazillion raids to get this," or "These are some of my favorite mons or mons I've never gotten to use. This is great." So what do people on the panel think of Little Jungle Cup? I'm guessing Max is probably sitting it out. For the most part, most of these questions we can guess that Max isn't doing a whole lot of it, although he might be able to find some fun memes in here. Uh,
So this is my
is it
phone,
uninstalled?
and I do not, oh nope, I do not have the app on my phone at all.
Bravo,
I got
bravo.
rid of it like 3 weeks ago, and all the peripherals too. Like it was funny. I deleted Pokemon Go, and I was like, oh, I need to delete Pokemon Home. Oh wait,
Oh,
I need to delete Gotcha. Oh wait, I ended up deleting, and then was it the Pokegenie? Like I ended up deleting like 5 apps. It's like my phone feels
you've got a
lighter.
brand new phone. You've got a brand new phone. I mean, frankly, for me, I barely even use my phone for anything other than the game. So I could have a new phone, but then I'd look at it and be like, why do I have this thing anyway? But from the man himself, who is truly the GBL master in my mind, the one and only who doesn't take the cheap way there. Butters, what have you got going on in Little Jungle Cup, and is that your vibe as opposed to Master League?
Yes. It was my preference just because Master League, I have the same legendaries that I had season one. Like I have Dialga, I have Melmetal, uh, and that's it pretty much. So unless I built new legendaries, I would just be playing the same team that I've played for literally 9 seasons. So I also don't raid, so I don't really have new legendaries to build. So I could play Master League because I do have a really good team because Melmetal and Dialga are just broken. They're really well, not broken. They're just very strong. Um, so I could play Master League, but I thought I'd give Little Cup a chance, and I would say I had a coaching session today for Little Cup, and I did probably 2 sets myself. And you know, if Chansey wasn't in it, it actually like if they banned just specifically Chansey, I think it would be exactly what Niantic is going for. In terms of like really cheap, affordable Pokemon with like cuteness to them, very low health, very fast paced games. Because if you ever play like Little Cup team versus Little Cup team and there's no Chansey, it's so fast paced. You really need to like have good energy management. Like every Pokemon, like every baby Pokemon, for whatever reason, has baby energy charge moves. Like every little Pokemon has like the cheapest charge moves ever. I've never seen a Draco Meteor on any like everything has like Body Slam and Aqua Tail and Poison Fang and like all that stuff. So it actually is what I think Niantic was going for. Personally, I don't find it like super competitive so far. But I mean, some people could say that for like Ultra League or Great League, but uh, so far I haven't seen like um, I don't know. We'll see. The dimensions are so small. The pace is so fast. Like I have to really adjust to it to get like a full analysis on it. But my first analysis is that it would be what Niantic was going for if they banned Chansey, because basically you have exactly what they're going for: little cute Pokemon doing little cute charge moves very quickly, small healths, and then you have a Pokemon that has more bulk than anything in Ultra League, and you could time out the game. And it's such a weird change of pace to fast, fast, fast to so slow it's going to end. And so, yeah, that's basically my analysis on it so far.
So when it comes to Chansey, do you think that Chansey is kind of a meta breaker in terms of people who want to play it and enjoy it and actually do reasonably well at it, or do you think that Chansey is just another mon and it just doesn't fit the mold of fun and fast?
Um, it's very very strong. First off, there might be other Pokemon that are equal in terms of meta strength. I'm not sure, but if you look at it in the no shields, it's absolutely nuts. It beats everything. I mean, it loses to some steel types, but it doesn't lose to that many viable Pokemon. Like it will lose to like Scrafty, but like it actually beats Scrafty in the zero shield. Like, isn't that nuts? Like, it actually beats Scrafty in the zero shield. So its bulk is insane. It's really 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 strong. There are ways to play around it. I think Ethan. I don't want to if he wants to talk about. He was kind of talking about the way that you should play around Chansey. I'll let him. I'll save that for him. Little teaser there. But there are ways to play around Chansey. In my opinion, there's definitely things you can take advantage of when you're like literally just like staring in front of like a pinata that does like nothing for like 30 seconds and then suddenly it hyper beams you. So there is ways to like play around it, but in terms of like sheer stat product, it's absolutely insane comparatively. And in zero shields, if you're lined up in the back, like most of the time, like that Chansey is going to win.
So what we're hearing is everybody go make a tiny Chansey.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's definitely good. I don't think I would enjoy playing it, and I don't enjoy playing against it just because like it's so slow.
Mhm.
But it definitely does like allow you to mess with gimmicks of the game that you otherwise, or not gimmicks, mechanics of the game that you otherwise can't. Like it makes it so like I think switch window should be faster, but since
Yes.
Chansey is so bulky, you actually can manipulate your switch window in different ways with it because of its bulk. So you can play differently that you can't with other Pokemon that you otherwise would just be switch locked. But I'm not into it too much, no, personally.
All right, E. What is the anti-Chansey strats? What are the heavy strats that you bring to the table? So when Jiggly sees the Chansey, I can hear E in my head and not in the live coaching kind of way, where I can think this is what E told me to do when I see a Chansey.
Well, I had the pleasure of playing against Chansey in regular Great League in factions. That's XL. So I had to learn how to play Chansey really fast. And that was like in the first few bouts. And so the way you play around Chansey that I learned from Stanley was you build up to 100 energy if it's in the lead, and you swap out because you're gonna make it to they're not gonna make it to their charge move before you do that. So you build up, and then you swap, and then you could just bring in your safe switch. You can bring in pretty much whatever. Like I would bring in a safe switch that doesn't take super effective from psychic or hyper. Oh, well, nothing takes super effective from hyper beam, but like that doesn't take heavy damage from the charge moves. So that way you can like negate that and maybe have them switch. But the second you build up 100 energy is the second you pretty much win the game unless they have like hard counters in the back. So like you can,
Or you lose CMP.
Or you lose CMP.
Because if you have all that energy,
Yeah.
but someone like banks a move in Little Cup, like you can die to like one move.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have all that energy and you can't use it, obviously, yeah, that's terrible. But banking up that energy is better than using it on Chansey. I see people throw on Chansey all the time in this cup, and I don't think that's the thing to do. You should leave and then bank that energy and go into something different that can hit harder. Yeah.
I was
Guys,
wondering
I
if
don't
maybe
want-
you were just going to say you should just leave and you should just top left and just
You
not
could top left.
waste your time doing the battle
You
against the
could.
person with Chansey and hope the next one doesn't.
You could. And Butters brought up a great point. Like, why the heck did they? So they banned Shuckle, which has like a 780 stat product, but then Chansey, who has a 745 stat product, is allowed. Like, the stat product of most Pokemon in this cup are like 300 to 400. So how is that even like comparable? I don't know. It's
How does the Chansey mirror match go? I feel like it's playable, but like I've done Shuckle like Magikarp versus Magikarp mirror matches,
mhm.
and I've done Shuckle versus Shuckle mirror matches, and I've never completed them. They've all gone to time. Like I use 3, they use 3, and then they've all gone to time because like Magikarp does like nothing to each other unless they're like 10 CP. But then when you have like a fully maxed out or like a high IV Shuckle versus a Shuckle, like you're doing super effective damage with Rock Throws and I think like Rock Blast or something like that. And it's just like
Rock
there's
Blast.
nothing you can do. Like
So-
you guys are like hugging each other with rocks.
Yeah, for the Chansey mirror match, like I would assume you either decide to stay in, or you do that strat where you don't build up 100, or I guess you could, but like I would just keep going until they get almost to their psychic, and then you switch, or you could like take it on the Chansey and switch. So yeah, you just build up a whole bunch and then you dip. So
But to be clear, you eventually do have to hit the Chansey to win the game.
You do have to hit the Chansey. It's
Eventually, you will have to use charge moves on the Chansey. You can't just ignore it forever.
Yeah, it's
And that's where it's like insane bulk comes into play.
Yeah, that's where the Chansey strats. That's where the best Chansey players are born. They realize they're doing this strat and then they work around it. So yeah, they'll either like if they notice you do that, they'll typically like if they notice you stay in, they'll actually switch out sometimes. And they'll be like, no, you can't get this energy. So I've seen some people do that. So yeah, it's interesting.
All right,
Anyways.
Alyssa, have you gotten your first taste of Little Jungle Cup yet? And are you a fan, or are you selling Little Jungle Cup?
I like it. I'm into it. I always like the little cups because there's such like a change of pace from the normal like Great League, Ultra League that I do. Cute Pokemon, obviously that's a given. They're cheap. Well, sometimes they're cheap, which is nice. They're fast, which is super convenient, I guess, unless you're using Chansey. I've only played one. I played one earlier today. I just did one set today. GPL is not really my focus right now. But I did the one set and that Chansey, oh my God. Like I thought the match was going to time out. It didn't, but it was super annoying to get rid of. I won, so that was good. But I just built one a few seconds ago. I figured I would give it a shot and see how it goes. But I'm enjoying it. I don't know. I think it's nice. Something different. And then it's really cool to be able to do your whole set in like 15, 20 minutes, as opposed to needing an hour to do a single set. I'm sure that doesn't apply to the people better at this game than I, who are up there in the 28, 2900s and have queue times that are super long. But right now, mine are okay.
I mean, you can play any and all GBLs, speed run them if you just run Charm, Razor Leaf, and Dragon Breath, and you just if you lose the lead, you just top left, like you just admit defeat immediately, and you just like pay homage to the algorithm and sacrifice accordingly, so that you can just like speed run all of your sets if you wanted to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's when like someone I know tags me and they're like, "What are you doing?" I don't want to have to own that.
You're like, I'm speed running. Leave me be. I'm living my best
like.
life.
Do you guys remember a few seasons ago when I tried out like the grass hole thing, and like I was mortified. Like I hated running into anybody that I knew because I didn't want anyone to be like, "Why are you running this?" Like I just didn't want to get like punched in the back. I know, but I was winning. Like I don't know, it felt dirty, and now I feel like it's accepted. Like the culture of the community's kind of changed, and we're all kind of like, okay, these are legal mons, so it's whatever. But back then, if you were running grass hole, you were an asshole, and I did not want to. I don't know. I didn't want to get like called out for running a shitty team, so I would just like.
It's still that way. It's still that way. It hasn't changed. All right, you run it. It's still what you are.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it.
They're just secretive about it now.
Like I didn't want to sit here and like shade everybody doing it without giving it a fair shot and like seeing if it really was like a brainless team to play. So brainless half the time, but the other half of the time, it took like I'd say it took a good amount of skill to figure out how to not die, especially against teams that are really specifically coming for you.
Yeah, it's like, do you tap on the left side of the screen? Do you tap on the right side of the screen? It's a real toss-up.
They're just they're gimmicky teams. That's what it is. It's a gimmick team. So if your gimmick doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So that's.
But like when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. And it would be like an embarrassing doesn't work, and I just could not live with that. So after like the day or two, I tried it out. I was like, okay, this is cool. It works really well when it works, and then when it doesn't work, you want to crawl in a hole and die and never speak to anybody ever again. So we're done with those lines. Good lines only.
Oh man. Yeah, I did a little bit earlier as well. I haven't had to build anything new. I have basically just taken all the stuff that I wasted my time building before. Ethan already chided me long ago to why did you build a Skorupi? Why did you build a Skorupi? So it was nice to already have that built, and Cottony was obviously a staple for a lot of people. So I'm trying to even remember what the third that I was running was. My app, as many people have probably seen on Twitter and as I've made reference to recently, has unfortunately been extremely unreliable. It has just decided that it's going to sort of become non-responsive in the middle of the game at a whim. I'm not really sure what it is. It might be like a rocket balloon in the background or something like that just decides that it's going to load and it's the last straw. And so I've had problems running GBLs, but I have been able to run several little cup battles, and to the extent that I'm able to get through them cleanly, I do prefer them. But I seem to recall from previous little cups and element cups that we've had before that these dynamics of, oh, this is more fun, it really only kind of lasts for the first few days while everybody's being polite and using a variety of things. And once it gets to the point where people have sort of solved hard meta, it becomes a lot less fun to play these matches, just like some of the other ones. In fact, probably more so because it ends up being even more closed meta. Do you guys think that the little cups tend to have legs? I think they probably got about like 4 days in them before they get really not fun.
Yeah, you can't retire the stream because you got to check in to see if anyone has any hair left by next week. No, I completely agree. This is the first day. Like, I don't know. I'm probably going to be like looking at Monday next week and like thinking about like, am I going to be streaming Little Cup for an entire more week? And like, it's going to be, I'm not exactly, I'm scared. That's all I'll say. I'm scared.
I do when he holds it up like that and it says Scientist D on the back in context of some of the other. Oh, he's just putting his headphones on. In the context of some of the other things that you say on stream, I'm curious how you pronounce the back of your jersey. Do you pronounce it scientist? How do you say it? It's like debutante, scientisti. I mean, that's how I say it.
It's just scientisti.
Okay, yeah, scientisti. There you go.
Scientisti. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, scientisti. Yeah.
So does anybody think that they will change gears to just jump back to the Master or Master Classic side of things when Little Cup gets stale, or are you guys planning on sticking it out, or Little Cup or nothing, Little Cup or bust? If you can't run Little Cup and have fun, you're just gonna bail on GBLs for a bit.
I don't know. I feel like I might give it a shot for a day, but like I just can't build anything new. The only thing I could do, I have one Elite Charge TM left. I have 100% Lugia that I could give Arrow Blast. Like if I want to spice up my life in Master League, that's my option. So if I get so desperate to do so, then maybe.
Oh, Ethan is propping up creepy Squirtle in the background. Thank you, Ethan. I didn't.
That's the inspiration for my number 7.
Okay.
It's my starter.
Wait, I feel like that Squirtle is like the perfect encapsulation of Little Cup. It was cute at first, but it's already creepy, and I don't like it.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'm just kidding, Ethan. I'm just kidding, Scientiste.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. This is my starter, so I like Squirtle a lot. I know Mel likes Squirtle. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I just made a Squirtle emote, so I like Squirtle.
Yeah, the Sniper Squirtle.
And Twastel's asking what number I am. I am number 39, Jiggly Deck's number. I realize that I'm actually reversed on stream, and I think that even in the video that I'll play at the end, I am. You know, I'm such a freaking pro at video production that I don't think about these things.
What's number 11? Is it
Number 11
Clay
in
Thompson.
Metapod or
I think that's the letter K.
Weedle, maybe?
Clay Thompson from the Golden State Warriors.
Who are we trying to give 11? Oh,
Metapod.
My jersey is 11.
Oh,
Oh, you're 11?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
11? 11's
Okay.
like,
So
is it?
it's Metapod, and I'm good with that because when my son was little, when he was like 5, he called Metapod. He caught one, and he called it Silly Banana, and I really like that. So I'm good with that.
that sounds like a Butters
Silly
name.
Banana.
If Metapod were ever able to use any viable moves, I could see Butters using Silly Banana as a moniker.
A
on
bait
stream.
move.
String shot bait.
All right, now
Yeah.
you got somebody mentioned the algorithm earlier, and I'm not going to get stuck on this, but is anybody going to tell me? Is anybody going to fess up to whether they actually watched the latest Pokey AK algorithm confirm video? Because I saw people chatting about it and making a fuss over it. Does anybody know? Did anybody actually click the link?
I want to watch it. I might watch it on stream or something.
Wait, what?
Feel like a reaction
Okay.
video.
Yeah.
Can't get notified and can't watch it if I'm blocked or banned him.
Okay.
So
Okay, I don't want to throw shade at AK.
I don't throw shade, but I mean it's always such a hot freaking subject that people are just getting banned, and I saw everybody talking about it, and just the name. Pokey AK, if you are listening, you know as well as anybody else that title was clickbait as hell. So you know what you're
That's
getting
just
into.
YouTube.
But
Yeah.
I think that's just like his thing. That's all of
it's
his
totally his
Well, no,
thing.
it's a YouTube thing.
Yes.
Like, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
It's,
it
it's
is.
not his thing.
He's an
it's his YouTube thing.
anti-hero. He's just
So, but
I feel like he liked being called that. Like you just complimented him. That's good.
It's how he. I mean, I think the guy makes money doing it, so he
Yeah,
knows
that-
what
I
he
mean,
knows what he's doing.
It's his business. It is what it is. That's okay.
So, like, okay, I do know what happens in the video, so I don't want to say anything.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, so you've seen it then? Okay.
I've heard a lot of hearsay.
Is me transferring my G-Fisk in it?
No.
What the heck? I directly transferred a G-Fisk to force the algorithm to not have me
I don't know.
face G-Fisk, and I hit Legend with it. How?
I'm so glad that worked for you.
I'm offended. I'm offended. Like that I did it,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. If there's proof for the algorithm, it was right there.
That should have been his intro right there. That should have been like your stream should have been his intro, but it wasn't. So instead, he complained about how leading Alolan Executor was causing the algorithm to work against him. Like Alolan Executor literally has like the
Hold on.
most weaknesses.
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, wait. He said that the algorithm worked against him because he was using Alolan Executor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just didn't know if I heard it right. Just wanted to make sure I'm getting all the facts to the story.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything else because if I say anything else, then yeah. But honestly, I have no shade against AK, and like I don't think that throwing shade is necessary. Really, it's not. You're just giving him attention. He doesn't like he wants attention, but he also doesn't. So it's just like yeah. Anyways,
Yeah,
I mean,
the word
I
algorithm
just
came up.
for
I just had to
numbers-
say it.
okay.
hold on, let me look up confirmed numbers. I gotta do science. Give me a second. All right, he has 25.8 thousand followers on Twitter, and the other guy he battled on Worlds has 30,000 followers on Twitter. So, I mean, if you ever wanted a comic book hero type of storyline, you couldn't have drafted one up better than this. So,
True.
just
Yeah.
keep watching just keep watching these two storylines go at it. That's all I gotta say.
Well,
He's in Alaska, right?
yes.
Yes,
That's
that's where the
AK.
AK comes from.
Yeah, I figured, but
Which,
I
to be
moved to Arkansas from Alaska. So had I stayed in Alaska, maybe I would have seen him at like tournaments or local things, and I would have gotten to know the IRL Pokey AK.
Yeah, my second favorite AK, Bone Chip. He has met him a couple of times. My first being the AK-47, but
Mhm. So Alaska's like really, really big.
yes.
But it's not really big in that there's only a few cities people can actually live in because the majority of the state is like uninhabitable unless you're super cool with like living in like snow with $20 per gallon milk. So I'm wondering like what part of Alaska he lives in. I need to watch his stuff. I usually don't watch his stuff because
I
like the
think
few
he's in
videos I have
Anchorage.
watched, damn, I would have been like right there. I was in Anchorage.
Were you playing Pokemon when you lived in Alaska?
No, Pokemon didn't come out when we lived in Alaska. It came out right after I moved to Arkansas, which is good because it would have been really hard to grind in Anchorage when you've got one city and you can't leave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I imagine like the winters are not very fun to play Pokemon in.
I mean, you have to exist, like you have to drive. It was normal for me to drive to work at 4 a.m. on solid ice because they don't like salt the streets. They just throw like sand down on top and they're like, fuck it, if you die, you die. And that's just kind of how it goes because they can't like plow. They'd be plowing every day.
Well,
yeah, did it in a Sentra, somehow lived.
I don't think plowing every day is a bad thing, Alyssa.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Back to the wine.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to, cheers.
One of the things that people bring up in conversations with me when they find out that the show is ending is this whole Niantic reaction to the Hear Us Niantic thing and where that's going. And obviously we have got about the month anniversary of that letter that I thought was a steaming pile that really didn't do a whole lot to move the needle forward. And I know that we have kind of talked it to death, but as we approach that 1 month anniversary, I'm curious how somebody like you is thinking about the progress of the game forward and what we've actually seen and what you think we need to see, Butters, from Niantic in the short term to keep this game sort of healthy and alive.
Yeah, it's tough for me. It's a tough one. Like, I think that whole movement was like kind of a realization for some, like where it's like it gets to like rock bottom and you're like, what am I doing? Like, what is Niantic doing? And like why am I still doing this? And that's what I was kind of feeling like. I think it also correlated with like a Master League rotation. So I was really down and depressed. So I had no Pokemon to play and the whole thing was happening. So so for me personally, it's gonna sound weird, but recently I'm just focusing on like what I can do better and like how I can improve what I'm doing in terms of like interacting with Pokemon Go. And I know that the quality I cannot rely on. I cannot rely on the quality at all. And I can't rely on communication. I can't rely on much but myself. And I often was like taking these moments of like them messing up and like taking it like in like transitioning that to me where like, oh well, if they mess up, like I can do bad too. Like I won't try hard. Why would I try hard if they're not going to try hard? Me personally, I'm at the point where I care about it. I know this is your last episode. I still care about it still, and I want to be better at what I'm doing. And so I'm trying to focus on what I can do better. And then if I do that and still, nothing changes with Niantic, which I'm not expecting. I'm not expecting things to change with Niantic. If I try to get the best at what I can do in terms of like content creation, like all the skills that umbrella that. Because I don't know if anyone, like a lot of people here stream, if you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes into like anything you do. Like it's not like you just turn the camera on and you just play GBL. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and so I'm trying to get better at those things. And I'm at this point I'm not focusing on Niantic because they literally cannot do any worse. Like maybe they could, I don't know. Like they're literally like the worst they could be. So like how there's only up from here.
That's optimistic.
Yeah, there's only up from here, right? Like, could they get actually worse? Like,
yes,
could like what could just like could like the diary just be like that they said was coming out, just like trash talking the entire community? Like, what else could they do?
Okay,
like,
what if these challengers, the fashion challengers, what if they stayed forever?
I haven't even battled a single one of them. So don't bother me.
Don't.
You gotta like my interaction with Pokemon is playing GBL. And then I catch stuff and sometimes open and send gifts when I'm walking my dog. And I often walk in the neighborhood, so there's not stops because I'm like walking around houses and stuff. So unless I go to like a nest or something, I don't interact. I don't even use my gacha. I used to every time I drive around, I don't know if you guys, I'd always connect my gacha. Like I got my gacha with me. I'm connecting my gacha. I haven't used my gacha in like 6 months or I don't know, long time. For me personally, I'm in a different headspace than I was in the whole Hear Us Niantic, and I can't be optimistic based on evidence, to be honest, but because it seems like at every turn they're just doing things that make no sense, and it's like, who are they catering to? The whole Excel system is just ridiculous. You can't even play the game if you start today. Like if you want to play the game, you can't. So it's how are they going to attract new players? What is the future to this? All these like real questions, like existential questions for this game, I'm just ignoring right now. So I know other people are in different places, but like I'm just hoping it will get better, but I have no reason to do so. So cheers to that.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I don't feel like the way to thank Butters for being on is to be here and force him to confront the questions that he's willfully ignoring. But yeah, it is so. One of the biggest things for me is just not being able to tether myself to this game anymore. Not being able to tether myself to this to Niantic anymore. Not being able to feel like I should be even like a 0.001% of people's motivation to continue playing this game. Like I don't feel like I should be out there endorsing a game when a company is so I would not say it's out of line to say diabolically pursuing profit really just at any cost right now. And it's so hard for me to separate myself from the idea of that. And so I admire what you're saying in terms of trying to only do the things you can control and do them the best you can. And I think that really is all that you can do, but there also becomes a point where you just become so unsteady with the foundation that you're on that you're just like, whoa, this is freaking quicksand. Do you just don't want to address that, or do you feel like we're close to that point or not?
No, because I actually really enjoy it, like streaming, content creation, shoutcasting, those things. And right now, this is my platform to do so, for better or worse. Like I can't I could try to like switch to another game and try to do so, but I've already built so much equity with the community, with my stream doing Pokemon Go, that where like I want to get better at the skills that I'm working on to be a content creator, so that like I could pursue this kind of path in the future, whether it's with Niantic or not. Is kind of personally where I'm at. So it's unfortunate that it's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. Like I saw like in here earlier, like I saw the chat, Pain Done is a newer player. I wasn't trying to discourage you that it's impossible to play. And I just yeah, to put it simply, I'm just trying to focus on bettering like the skills that you need to actually like pursue this career. And right now, Pokemon Go is my platform that I'm doing it on. And so obviously all the things you said are like very disconcerting, and it's unshaky foundation, and like how is this going to continue? New players can't play. The existing players are just getting over time more and more sick of it and leaving, and it is a lot that could weigh on you. Right now, I'm just trying to focus on myself, and I know maybe that's not the most fun thing to hear on a goodbye stream, but that's just my focus. And if it does fall apart, like I could say, like I tried to get better at these things. I worked hard at it. It didn't work out. I'll move on. I'll go on to something else. But right now, it affects my mental health when I'm in a GBL game and the game quality is really bad, or I'm playing like a coffin or whatever that thing is called. Yeah, whatever that thing's called. If I'm playing that, it's like obviously it was defitted, and like these things, like, and I lose to it, and then I just lose to like an obvious defitter, and I feel like I feel tilted, and those things happen, and they happen often. I'm currently in a rotation that I'm really not looking forward to, a Master League and Little Cup. I'm not looking forward to this, but I told myself, like, the last like 3 Master League rotations, I just ignored them. I didn't do them. I stopped streaming. I told myself I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to have fun playing Little Cup or Master League, and if I can't do it, if I fail, then so be it. But right now, it's all about trying. And if it does collapse while I'm still in the house, I don't know. Like I think I'll still get out okay. Is how I feel. Yeah.
So Butters is the guy who doesn't buy insurance. We figured that much out. Butters is the guy. He should be a firefighter. He's going to charge in. He might not have all of his protective gear on, and be damned with insurance. But he's sure going to be brave. He's going to do it. He's going to risk it for the biscuit. All right. Now, back in the day, Butters, I'm sure you remember I used to always be in your streams. I was all over the place, and I don't really watch that kind of thing anymore, regardless of who it is. Occasionally, I'll duck in on your streams. But one of the things that always was an issue to me, even in the early days, from you and for other people, was just the fact that when I would tune in, I could so easily sort of read your state of mind from what was going on. And it really, really, you talk about how something tilts you, and I don't know what the extension of that idea is, where you're watching someone tilt, and it really kind of, it really brings about sort of a sense of depression in you. And like, that was something I've expressed to you over the years, where it was just like, I hate to watch my friends suffer to play a game when it's just like they're just kind of like torturing themselves and forcing to do them for the craft. Have you gotten like way better at that over the years or over the months? I know that you're saying you're still tilting, but I don't know what like a current Butters tilt looks like versus what it used to look like, because there used to be such a difference between the two. And those are what the things that I worry about, are just like an entire community full of people forcing themselves to try and play this game at a high level, and then sending themselves to sort of this mental abyss, and they're not all going to be the second streamer to hit legend, wink wink, to that level of success, and it's going to bother them probably even more than it's bothering you. So what have you done personally to deal with that?
It's a very fair question. I want to just say though, like, I'm personally like, I don't know other streamers. Like some people, like some streamers are like rage streamers or like tilt streamers, where they're constantly getting raged or tilted and like yelling at the game. I'm not like that. Like I play like, I play a different style of Pokemon. I usually am more upbeat, and like, so it still happens to me though. Like I'd say like 2 to 3 times a stream, it happens to me, but it's a game usually. So usually it happens to me during a game. I get tilted that game, And if I win the next game, it's usually gone. Like the tilt's usually gone. If I lose the next game, maybe the tilt continues. But there is something to be said is like I personally hate losing. I'm very, very competitive. So I will get tilted if I play bad also. Like it doesn't always have to be because of the game. It feels worse when it's because of the game, because sometimes because I couldn't have done anything, but sometimes it doesn't feel worse because I couldn't control that. And if I play bad and I lose, sometimes that's more tilting because then I controlled that. But I want to say, like, in terms of like you asked about what does a tilt stream look like recently, like I think maybe 4 or 5 days ago, I got tilted because I was close to legend. I lost 4 games in a row. 2 were literally because of lag. The other ones I probably played bad, or like it was maybe one of them was against a coffin and I lost to the coffin because I'm like triple weak to the coffin because I don't expect people to have coffins, but they do. And so I like literally just played like soothing music and like didn't talk for like 2 games. And then after that, I was better. I had a good rest of the stream. I was better, but that was the worst it's probably been in a while. Like I haven't like just not talked and put on soothing music in like a long time. It was because I was very close to legend. Would have been one of the first ones. I'm very competitive. I wanted to be that. You can talk trash about the competitiveness of GBL. I'll even talk trash about it sometimes, but the truth is I do want to succeed and I care a lot. So these external factors can affect me, and Pokemon Go can affect me for hours after, even if I'm not streaming. If I'm playing Pokemon Go and I have like a really bad, like 2 sets in a row, that could literally affect me for hours. But I will say that's how like I was with basketball too. If I lost a basketball game, I was like really bummed out for like a day. And it's always been my nature. So I don't know how much to attribute mental health to a certain aspect of my life, because this is where I channel my competitiveness also. Mm-hmm. If this was like purely for like work or something that I was supposed to enjoy, like just pure, I don't know, you should enjoy a game, but it's also where I channel my competitiveness because I don't really compete otherwise anymore. Like I'll play basketball or I'll do like a spin class. I like to compete in my spin class with my girlfriend. There's a leaderboard. I try to get to the top.
Do you Peloton?
I don't Peloton. I don't got money like that. But
okay, I wanted your Peloton name.
Yeah, but
I don't have money like that either, but I do have Peloton.
Okay, yeah.
I gotta use.
But I go to like a spin class where you can go, and there's like there's often like fundraisers you can get in for free, so I sneak in there. But
nice.
Anyway, I have to say, like, I know you're leading up to like how much does this affect me, and I don't know the answer. I know that it does affect me, but I know I also get excited for playing. I also get really happy after streams. I was so happy after that legend stream. I was like really, really happy. It was like my favorite stream I probably have ever done. And you could say the game's in the worst state it's ever been, but that was my favorite stream I've ever done. So it's really hard to say, man. Like I wish I could give you like a clearer answer, but yes, it affects me. Yes, it affects me even after the fact. But I'm in a better mental place now than I have been in a long time. And it's because of external factors. It's because like I'm eating better, I'm exercising more. I have like a lovely partner that has like a lot of positive qualities. And like I feel pretty good usually. And Niantic is, maybe it's like the lobster trying to grab you and pull you back into the boiling water. But right now, I'm just, I'm kicking away from that lobster and I'm trying to get out. So,
and now you can only if you can't give a clear answer to this on stream, I completely understand. But I remember in the early days when you were starting this out, when you used to get a lot of grief about the streams, you used to get a lot of text messages in the middle of the streams, and she would just be like, "Why are you still doing this?" Has she gotten to the point where she is comfortable with the place of this game in your life, as far as like you understand, or is that too personal?
No, it's actually it's not too personal. I don't mind talking about it. Like the reason I would say she was like that is because of the time. I used to start my stream at midnight. Like I literally would start my stream at midnight, and I would go to like 2 a.m. and then you can't fall asleep right after you stream. You're like you have like I don't know you're wired up, so you have to like decompress for like an hour. So I'm not sleeping till like 3 a.m. I'm waking up late, and it's to be fair, like she was right. Like I was staying up too late. It's like less healthy. It's and for me at the time though, I'm glad I did it because I was, trying to gain a viewer base, and there was no one like even you or like Central Coast. So by the time like I would stream at like literally like midnight, there's like literally no one streaming unless you're also from the Pacific Standard Time streaming at midnight. Like, so I was able to like grow that way from streaming at that time. But in terms of like her being okay with how much I play the game, yeah, she's still, there's still times that like I'll be on a walk or something and I'm like playing a GBL battle or something, or like I'll be at home on the couch like recording a GBL battle, and like she's like, "Are you just gonna play that game all day?" And I'm like, you don't realize how little I played this game compared to other people, but yes, I'm gonna play this game now because I need to. Like, believe it or not, if you want to be okay at the game, you do need to practice. You do need to play the game. So, yeah, to answer your question, like she's very supportive of like what I'm pursuing, which is nice, but she definitely had deep concerns for the way I was doing it, in the way that I felt like, I need to be a lot. I would tell like, I need to be at this time, like, because it's like where I have my community, it's where people know I'll stream, like it's how I'm growing. And she's like, to be fair, I get more viewers when I stream in the morning. If you want the truth, like I don't stream every morning. I stream in the afternoon a lot of times, but like if it wasn't true in terms of like viewer base. So yeah.
As someone who came up at basically the same time as I did in this whole Twitch world, what is your take on the way that Twitch has shaped the Pokemon Go PvP culture and community? Do you have an opinion on sort of the way that some of us have, not including myself, have adopted sort of things that are more Twitch native as opposed to things that would have come naturally into our ecosystem from just the Pogo land? I just feel like there's a very, very different character to a certain genre and age of streamer, if you will. There's a lot of people who have just kind of just gone all in on I'm only going to do this on this stream, but the whole Papega thing, which I'm completely against it. I won't use the word as a general matter, and I really don't like it. But what do you think about the sort of debate that is going on, or sort of the way that you watch the viewer numbers, which correlate more to people who relate to that as opposed to people that are trying to do something that is more just purely based on the game, actually either achieving at the game, doing something constructive with the game? What do you think of that dynamic? One that I'm not really sure would have existed if the pandemic hadn't occurred.
I don't want to like take too much time, but I will. I do definitely have an opinion, and I don't mean to offend anyone before I start it, but first of all, I know I've told you this. I'm like one of the most like if you call me a Pokemon Go insider, like it's almost a lie, because I'm so far like removed for some reason from like what actually goes on a lot of the time. Like I had to have people explain to me like what copium means. Like I have to like I don't know. I really don't know a lot of this stuff. And I typically like will check in with like streamers and see what they're running, like certain streamers that I like, or like a higher elo or whatever. But I don't watch like a ton, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll watch for an hour. But I honestly didn't know like this whole argument of the Papega streamers, but I do think there is a rational reason. First of all, we're coming out on the other side of a pandemic where, firstly, the Pokemon Go Twitch page grew a lot. Like it grew a lot from just like the locals you may know, or the people, the small knit community that you knew before the pandemic. Like it really did grow from like there'll be like 70 viewers, 100 viewers, 200 viewers watching Pokemon to like there's usually over 1,000 unless it's like late at night. So it's grown a lot in numbers. And then GBL started, and that goes on. It's season 9. Niantic continuously does not address the problems that the PvP community wants to address. So when you have that continually going on, you have some people, some maybe people in your community, like I don't know what's actually going on with like people like Valerash or something like that, but they're not playing. They're not still around. Like someone like Valerash is not streaming GBL anymore. I don't know if it's for personal reasons or for Pokemon reasons. I don't know him really personally at all. So you have this like I don't want to say like talent drain, but it is in some way a healthy individual drain, where if someone is playing the game and they continually have all these problems occur, nothing's done to fix it, and they're otherwise healthy in their day-to-day life and have other things they're interested in, like family, friends, things are going good for them, maybe they leave Pokemon Go, maybe they leave Twitch, maybe they go on to do other things. And then so that person that was like a wholesome chatter, not the streamer wholesome, but like a nice chatter in the chat that would say nice things, check in how you're doing, like have a conversation in the chat. Maybe that person left. So what are you kind of left with? You're left with like, at the end of it all, maybe there's people that want something different from Pokemon Go because they're not really here for the gameplay anymore. Maybe some of them, I don't know. Maybe they're not here for the gameplay. They're in here for an experience. These streamers provide them said experience. It's possible they care more about that experience than Pokemon Go. And I don't know. That thing just exists. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. It just literally exists. But I do think there still are enough people around that you could do a stream in a way that's not catering to that. I personally think I don't cater to that. I do joke. I transfer to Shiny G-Fist to appease the algorithm. I troll. I joke. But like I don't.
But it worked.
Yeah, it did work. So I don't know. What am I saying? I should lean in more. I was kidding. But I think you can still pave your own path. But it's hard to say. Like, I think what you might be thinking. So I don't know. I don't want to speak for you, but maybe a problem is if newer streamers see the experience going on in like a CCO stream, and they want to be like, oh, I want to be like CCO, and that's how I will like have my stream, like by exampling what CCO does. Is it Pokemon? Is it just a different experience? Maybe it's a little both. It's hard to say, but I can't say it's all negative because people do enjoy it, and it does maybe help the overall channels in terms of retaining an audience. But I'm actually more curious to say, like, to hear like counterpoints from you and like hear your point of view, because I'm more of like, I don't know what it means for anything. I just know it exists. I don't personally interact with it, and I understand why it exists. It totally makes sense. And I don't think it exists in a vacuum. I think it exists because of the way things went. If the things went better, maybe it wouldn't have happened like that. But I don't even think the streamers could have had it go a better way. I think it's more on like the fault of Niantic for not making enough changes to the game to make it the esport that we desperately wanted when we all got together on Twitch. And it's not right now. It's not an esport. They're not even investing in it. So where are we? And I guess we're in a place that you're not as happy about.
Yeah, I mean, to put it mildly, that's definitely the case. I mean, I guess the problem now is that, you know, how long have you heard me say, and you know, people always love to come back at me when I say that GBL is not a good product, it's not a competitive endeavor, a competitive format, it's inferior, it's all these things. You know, I will give props where props are due, but like the format and the servers, the way that things are designed, I find to just be so inferior, and it has attracted a completely different group of people, a large group of people that probably vastly outnumber any of what we had before. And so I've always said, you know, well before I had any idea that it could get this out of control, is do we serve the growth monster just at any cost, and at what cost? Like what is it that we get out of this? When I see certain channels growing and I see the community growing and I see those people, you know, weaving their way in and out of other streams, usually not spending their time there, but if they do, they're not constructive. I don't find that to be of net benefit, and I'm looking long term at the health of the community in this game. And I'm really flat out not interested in just linear growth and feeding the beast. Like, when I hear you, I know that this isn't what you're saying, that like, you know, and it's worth any cost, but like ultimately it feels like the number one thing you're interested in is the growth, the numbers, the kind of whatever it takes to get there. And so
that's not my number one goal.
Right. Well, no, I'm not saying your number one goal. I'm saying, like, when it comes to streaming, when I bring up a subject, it's just kind of like, well, it's not that bad, and it increases the numbers and this, that, and the other. And all I know is any time that I have dared duck into any of those streams for any period of time, I have regretted it. Just, it's a soul crushing experience, like watching these people and the way they interact, the way that they treat other people, the way that they look upon others, the way that if you want to see an absolute train wreck of society on wheels, see the way that Wholesome interviews Pokemon Master Holly on CCO stream. If you watch that, I dare you to tell me that either of them are good human beings. I mean, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
You don't mean Holly, right? You mean
Pokemon Master Holly. They interviewed her and treated her.
No, I thought she handled herself.
She was fine.
Like,
I'm saying Wholesome.
Amazingly.
I'm saying Wholesome and CCO handled themselves in the most appalling and disgusting way possible. And the way
I was so impressed by Holly and the way she didn't tell them both to promptly fuck right off.
Right.
Because they were rude to her. And she handled that like such a boss. Like, she was composed, articulate, everything that you should be when put in that kind of a position. So all the kudos to her for being so much friendlier than I probably would have been.
Right. And honestly, and when we were so lucky to have the clip of our stream played on CCO's chat, he didn't actually hear me ranting at him, but he saw just the part where Phoebe said blame CCO and I said I do and whatever, and he goes off on this cockamamie, complete attention seeking. This is not true. This is not true. I am not responsible. The bullshit CCO crap that you see all the time. But at the core, it's like he feeds this narrative of we're not responsible. It's not my fault. And even though I know that you mean it in a different way, like I always hear like it's not the player's fault, it's Niantic's fault. And I really wholeheartedly feel it can be both and that we can have a way to judge both. You don't have to say just because Niantic is screwed up means that we accept these people, that we want to have someone like Wholesome on the leaderboard, that we want to have these people representing our community, that we want to invite these people in to the fold and have them do things like shoutcast on prominent events.
But the thing is, like, I think I was literally just stating what I know about it. Like, I wasn't even stating, like, when I was saying, like, possibly it grew channels, I wasn't saying it was good or bad. I was just saying, like, this is what happened. Like, it's a scary time where, like, people haven't interacted with other people in person for, like, 2 years. Some people, depending on how, where you live in the world, like COVID, like, and we have the internet. We've been on the internet for like 2 years. This is like, maybe a slippery slope time, not just for Pokemon community, but for everyone. Like people are getting worse and worse at social skills and interacting more and more online. I don't think that's probably good for us. And I was just trying to state like where we are, how we got here. I'm not even saying that it's not players' fault. It's not people's fault. It's everyone has accountability in like situations. I was just trying to like paint the picture of like how we got here. And like, I honestly don't watch CCO. I don't have like, I know you like have seen certain things about him. Like I knew about his stream a bit, like when he was started, and I've seen his growth on Twitch. I haven't specifically tuned into him. So it's hard for me to like the first part, it's like, I think I don't want to be misconstrued as of someone that's like indifferent of this happening, or that like, saying like, oh, what can you do? I'm just trying to say like, you asked me like what I think about it. And like, I literally just think of like the bigger picture, because that's all I know right now, because I don't know specifics. I don't watch Pepega streams as much. I would say that like I watched like someone like Yasser stream, and a lot of people troll him. A lot of people just like say things like Keck W and like things like that. And honestly, they troll him. He swears at them back. Like for me, it doesn't like cross, like he doesn't, if he's a Pepega streamer, like he doesn't cross a line to me. And that's the only person that I like would be maybe considered a Pepega streamer that I watch. So yeah, I'm learning today, but I just don't want to be like, I don't want you to say like Butters thinks everything's fine.
No,
I just yeah.
I want it to be, it was more in the context of, I think it's very, very typical for you to essentially just be like, I don't know. I don't really engage in that. Back when you did Bellsprouts with me, I don't read the game news. I know. This is Butters, and I don't claim on any level that you're like complicit in something, or that you're making apologies for people that are problematic. I just, at what point in time, like what would it take for you, for example, to say that you saw something and that you didn't want a certain person to be involved in the scene, whether it was on a cheating level or whether it was on an ethical level? Because I personally think that this game shouldn't really just be nothing but just whoever's the best wins. I think we should have some standards.
Yeah, I totally get that. And the thing is, like, I think this is just like a really too good of an example of like my privilege in life, where like not, a lot of bad things that happen to other people, like don't happen directly to me, which like I have to state my privilege. And so like, yeah, I think it's probably easier for me to just ignore things that happen to others. And I should probably, I should definitely improve on that, because I just like, I was literally the first thing that I thought of when you said like, when would you like notice this? And like, I would notice it when it happened to me. And that's the sad part, like to it, like I probably wouldn't notice it unless it happened to me. So that's probably a bad, character flaw on my part, but
If I may interject,
yeah.
one thing that I have mentioned is that Pokemon Go is a game full of super socially awkward people, and a game where it's extremely socially uh, heavy on a requirement. You need to meet people, you need to have social skills to IRL meet people. And to me, if you don't have the skills, what I think they're referred to as soft skills, to say like, "Hi, how are you? You know, my name is blah 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 blah. You know, what's your favorite team Pokemon?" And have like a articulate, well constructed, socially acceptable interaction. If you can't do that in person, it's a lot harder to do it online because you can't read social cues, being tone, like the picking up what they call the room of the temperature. Like if you see somebody and they're concentrating on their phone, like you might want to like introduce yourself a certain way instead of just like rushing up to them and be like, "Hi, I want to battle you. I need to do a trade." It's just like, if you can't pick up the IRL skills, which there's more things to read, then online you're definitely not going to. And I feel like Pokemon Go, it's skewed where there's a lot less developed social skills, so with the fan base and with the player base. So if you translate that over to online, and then everyone's forced to do online for 2 years, then it's going to be a shit show. So should you try to delve into that and be a little bit more like have your ear to the ground? That is a personal question. So to me, I would strongly not recommend people uh, knowing what's going on with the community unless they were extremely mentally strong for either even if it's just for an hour, because it's very draining to go, because you can't just focus on the 12-year-old girl finally gets her favorite Shundo Pokemon, right? It's her dream come true. You can't just focus on those. You have to also focus on the controversial, the nitty-gritty, the ugly, the toxic, because it's definitely there. It's all there. There's a full spectrum of stuff, right? So you have to go through it all to get a big picture. And I don't recommend it because you will see some like people go after Poke AK Sun. Do you really want to read a Twitter thread about people saying that the Sun is going to be a terrible human being? No. For some people, it's not just a matter of triggering; it's a matter of like it's very draining, right? So you're going to see something on that spectrum. And you're going to see something about a community of locals getting together to help a little girl to get something or to raise funds for something. Like you're going to see both. And to go through that range of emotions, right? It is very draining on somebody. So I wouldn't really recommend it. The caveat to that is that if you're going to be a Twitch partner, community leader, content creator, anything where you're kind of like on the forefront of the community, you have to kind of pick up that leader role. And how far you pick up that leader role is up to you as an individual, be it your YouTube, your Twitch, your Twitter, whatever it is where you get the big numbers because you have an influence. Like if I have 10,000 followers and I Twitch or on Twitch or on Twitter and I say this person is an asshole, I now have 10,000 people against this one person.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah,
whether you accept it or not.
You make a lot of fair points, and like my personal dilemma is also like I feel like the community I like quote unquote lead is like the things that I do well. Like I try to win with spice. I try to have fun. I try to like lead in that example. And that's how I try to do my part of leadership. I don't think I'm very good at and don't have the skills for like community building personally. just like you mentioned a lot of like, if you're mentally not in a good place, like I'm personally, that's not where my skill set is. And I try to do the best I can in where I do lead, but yeah,
Like
it's a lot of fair points. You're speaking a lot of truth, and I'm really curious how other online communities are doing right now. Like how are other game communities doing right now? How are other
it's definitely more unhealthy than usual because of, like I said, people are forced to do things that they didn't want to, or they've become completely like they've gone full send on something. So it might be like even if it was a healthy hobby to begin with, like say let's just go with something as innocent as crocheting, right? Like you're doing crocheting on Twitch, and then you're like, well, this was a hobby. Well, now you're filling your entire time with doing this stuff, and you're doing, and you've become somewhat obsessive over it. Like you haven't um, opened yourself up to things. You're shutting yourself out from maybe certain friendships. You're shutting yourself out from something that you used to do of learning, exercise, and get out. So like, you there's only 24 hours in a day, and how you've adjusted those 24 hours could go full focus on one thing, which can become unhealthy, no matter what good it may be, right? Like I said, crocheting is very innocent, right? It doesn't hurt anybody, but you can just end up not talking to people, cutting yourself up, isolating yourself, and then you put yourself in somewhat of an echo chamber, and then that can also be unhealthy, right? You're not hurting anybody except for yourself. But if you want to be, for you personally, this one is actually for you, Butters. If you want to be an entertainer on Twitch, right, and you don't really want to dabble in the drama because you're like, I just want to have my community. I want to build your happy place because that's what you want. And if people bring stuff in, you're kind of like, that's fine. You guys can dabble in that, and if you guys want to talk about it, and I'm up for it, we can get into it. But right now, I just want to do my thing. You hear from my show, then I hope that people respect that, and like you can set up that boundary, and people have to respect that boundary, right? And you hold steadfast on that boundary, um, and that would like honestly that would be ideal for anyone because having to go through and like you're doing your great stream, you just hit legend, and somebody comes in and says, "Hey, Twitter drama, Reddit drama, or something," you're kind of like, "Well, way to piss on my parade." You know, that's not cool. You set up those boundaries. You have your community, be it mods, VIPs, friends, family, whoever it is that you've built that structure on. You should be able to enjoy yourself. And if it's like, well, I don't want to be a leader for the overall Pokemon Go community, it's just this is my pocket, and you guys can come and visit. I don't want to have to take full responsibility for what this person did when what that person did in Pokemon Go. I stream Pokemon Go because that's my favorite game right now. Maybe they remaster NBA Jam and you're like, hell yeah, I'm gonna be doing some NBA Jam one day, right? Like
If
that's
only.
the Butters community, right? People are here for the Butters community. And sometimes there's gonna be a growing pain of people going like, I only cared about Butters doing Pogo. That was it. I only cared about him doing GBL, and they're only there for the game. They're not there for Butters, and that is going to be transitionally difficult if that ever comes that way, or it might be the completely different. Where nope, we're Butters Nation, and that's we don't care, right? Um, but a lot of people don't can adjust to that. I personally like felt really shitty when it was like, okay, well, Pokemon Go is pretty shit right now. The rating system sucks. Whenever I try to catch something, it sucks. Whenever I try to battle, it sucks. The mechanics suck. Management doesn't care. I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna stream something else. And I went from like 30 people to like 3, and it was like, damn, I couldn't even hit affiliation again if I wanted to. Just starting, Kitty, you know. But um, just setting those boundaries up would, I think just everyone should be setting up those boundaries, and the community has to learn how to respect that because there's just not a lot of respect going on. But either way, like what Jiggly Dad does, what you do, what Ethan sometimes does with streams, like it's cool to see people succeed in what they do. Um, and it's just like, and that's one of the things that brought me over to Bellsprouts is that Jiggly Dad was doing his thing, He didn't really care about following the same path, and kind of like the pogo streams by numbers, right? And and that's why you see how many people? Like 80 people here right now because he's doing his thing. They're here for his way of doing it, not so much the oh, this is Pokemon Go, and all right, where's the GBLs? You have to battle this. You have to use this team. No, Butters is doing his thing. That's why you have 200 people, 300 people in your chat. Jiggly Dad doing his thing. That's why you have 80 people. And like that's what made me like streams. That's what made me like the community, and like it's nice seeing that again. So
Yeah, I know we'll probably move on to something else soon. Oh my God, what happened?
I warned everyone that this would this would happen. I got bit. Give her scratches and I get bit.
I know we're moving on, but like I feel like the simple answer for me and like why I've always been good at ignoring outside things is because like I don't like, quite frankly, I don't think I do a good enough job. I think I need to be better. Like I think I need to work harder, and I think I need to improve myself. And so like when I'm thinking about things, like I'm naturally hard on myself, but there's a lot of truth there too. It's where I need to be more accountable, like more committed, do things better. And so that's why like it's easy for me to not see other things because I'm so tunnel vision sometimes, and it's because of where I feel like I need to do better personally. And so these conversations are fun for me because are enlightening, at least because I get to learn about broader scope of like what colleagues, friends, like people are going through. And so I'm glad to be here, and I know you probably have some other thing you want to transition to.
Awkward segue, is that what we want here?
Or
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
just be inappropriate and we can go off the rails. It's up to you, James.
No.
Well, we could still talk about these issues, like if you have follow up stuff. But I know, like, it's not about me. It's like not about my like Twitch career, my stuff. Like I don't want it about me. It's about
right.
But you're like a great example of things to talk about because like you're the only partner streamer here. It's like you've obviously been successful at what you do, and you're arguably the best battler here. I mean, like you and Scientisty are pretty much the only legends that I talk to, like ever.
fair.
Chaz, hello.
So I have more of a unique perspective in that sense. Yeah.
He's a robot. He's not a real person.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, and the last thing I want to do is spend this whole time making you ponder completely difficult ethical questions here. But I mean, it really is sort of.
Well, it wouldn't be a between two Bellsprouts if that wasn't the case.
But it just goes to show that like a simple question like, what do you think is so complicated because of how this game is, right? It's not a very simple game.
Yeah.
And that's why the game struggles a lot. And like to me, if just Max comes out and says, hey, we don't know what the hell we're doing because we're kind of pioneering this new game, I feel the community would be a lot more accepting and a lot more like open to like, yeah, this game sucks, but like they're trying and they're doing something new, and there wouldn't be so much hostility to it. But
yeah, and like I know this is probably not a point of view that Jiggly wants to look through, but like it's possible. I'm not necessarily saying the streamers X or streamer this or chat person this, but there's a lot of people going through a lot of hard times, and a lot of people suffering from mental problems, and you don't know like if a text to speech is someone's cry for help. You never know. So like it's possible that a lot of people are mentally struggling right now too, and it's causing an unfortunate side effect in certain areas of everyone's community.
Right. I mean, for the whole Niantic thing, I try to cut to the quick, and I just say, bottom line, they're making money hand over fist, and it's not about the individual line employees. I would never, ever say that there's like something wrong with programmer X or something wrong with customer rep Z. Like that's not even in the equation. I had a customer service interaction that you guys might have seen them or tweet back at me on Twitter this week, and they did DM me, and I kept it as civil as I possibly could, but it's about the decisions being made at the obvious corporate level, the guys in suits, if you will, the ones that they're always hypothetical, but they're also real. You know what I mean? It's like there's no way to account for the decisions that come out of Niantic except for bean counter, guy who doesn't understand, that kind of thing. And so it really is hard for me to really feel sorry for Niantic when, I can feel sorry for all the employees. Everybody's like that. But when you are one of the most profitable companies out there, you find ways to make it work. You find ways to keep it on the track, and you find ways to prioritize the things that keep it afloat and long-term viable, as opposed to things that are short-term profit centers that are going to turn off your customer base. I think it's black and white like that. So I don't know. I see no shades of gray there. Employees, I'm sure you went to Niantic because you thought it would be working for a really cool company. Once upon a time, I thought the same thing. Guys in suits, including Hanky, go get effed as far as I'm concerned at this point, because you've really taken us for a ride. That's where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'll listen to all perspectives, but mental health is part of the picture. But anyone, whether you are in a corporate job, whether you are in a job at a grocery store, whether you are in a job, as Max can relate to, when you were doing stuff at a port, things that are really jobs where they are having trouble keeping bodies even engaged whatsoever. Yeah, you can make some excuses because you just physically cannot get the bodies that you need in place to keep that restaurant open, to keep the enough checkout lines open at the grocery store, because people don't want to work, people don't want to stay. Your employees are leaving. That's fine. That's not the case at Niantic, and I will not give them that pass when they are making the kind of money they are, because at the end of the day, money does talk, even in this economy. And it's just like, I won't go past that.
But I mean, to be fair, they're spending a lot of time developing this algorithm to perfect it. So you got to give them some leeway there. This algorithm, I mean, it worked with Butters, so clearly they're fine tuning it.
Yeah, it's disappointing though. Like all those reasons, like you said, all the money they have, all the resources. They're a company in San Francisco. They're a good location. You would hope that the thing is, they are making money. They are doing the things that they are their like goals, but you would hope that something that's so big, that succeeds so much, would therefore communicate, care, and try to help, or not necessarily cater to, but the people, that got them there. And that's all the people that played Pokemon Go, all the people that bought the coins, all of that is definitely something that would feel right. And when it doesn't happen, it feels very wrong, and it feels discouraging, and it hurts. And I'm right there with you. Like it freaking sucks. And it's like, it sucks, man. And it's how much can some person take? How much can anyone take if they're, I know it's just a game. It is just a game, but for a lot of us, it's pretty big part of our lives. It's friendships, it's community, it's something that we've invested so much time and effort into building. And for that to be taken all away because of something that seems preventable is tough. And I mean, I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that, but it's just tough, man. And I get it. I get everything that you're saying. I get it, man.
Yeah. That we can move beyond that. I mean, I guess, I address a lot of stuff in the closing thing that I'll play, so I won't belabor everything. I think the bottom line is that this community was built essentially on Twitter and Twitch, and that has a lot of really unfortunate consequences. And I think that if any of us want to have a community that resembles in any way the ones that we valued at the start of all this, we just have to shun that. We have to shun it. There's like, you can't use those tools necessarily, or if you use those tools, you have to take more accountability. You have to write your own rules. You have to support the people that are building the community that you want to see, and not just Joe down the street who's streaming GBL because it grows the base of people that are streaming and all that stuff. I think that we have been far too shaped by the tools of our community and not the other way around. And it's really gotten to the point where people almost just accept that too much, and they go by, this is how Twitch works, not this is how Pokemon Go works. This is how Twitch works. This is how Twitter works. This is how the internet works. And that's just not a point of view that I can jive with. So I will let everybody off the hook, and we can start talking about more pleasant things. People were riffing earlier, and so I feel like I need to circle back to it at some point about the trainers at the stops, the fashionable stops that Butters hasn't seen yet. One of which, of course, was meant to be Liz from formerly of Niantic, which was a nice Easter egg. What are you feeling about these so-called fashionable trainers? I'm actually kind of to the point where I think that maybe whatever they did to implement them is part of the reason why the game is working so poorly for me, because like even the encounters themselves seem a little bit glitchy. They don't feel like they work as smoothly as a normal Rocket encounter.
I think they're super annoying. I don't know if I'm just saying that because I've been out grinding today and yesterday for Blitzel tasks, and they slow so much down. They're like everywhere. It's just they're kind of bogging down the entire game. Like my frame rate looks ridiculous as soon as I click on one. My game is going slow. Things are freezing. I've had to restart so much. Like I'm over them. I think the Liz thing is cute. So super cute there. But I don't know. I thought I was down with it for the first day. I remember we talked about it last Bellsprouts, and I was like, yeah, you're getting free items. It's awesome. But now I'm kind of like, get these things the hell out of here. Like, these are the most annoying things. A week is too long. 3 days max. I'm over it.
Right. Yeah. And if you're seeing similar things to what I'm seeing, then maybe I'm not completely losing my mind. But I really do feel like there's something different in the code for these than there is for the Rocket battles, because when they trigger, it's a very not smooth experience, and all sorts of things start to go wrong. So whatever you did, Niantic, please, like, you've got to make the game work first before you throw in these little cute details. And I was really under the impression from when we were talking with Marty from Pokeminers that the previous versions of the NPCs that you would see at stops that weren't Rocket battles were still based on essentially the same code. So I'm a little bit surprised that it would be something that would cause instability, but that really jives with my experience. Have you made it out much, E? I think you've been at least around campus a little bit to play, even though I know you haven't been super enthusiastic about the game.
Yeah. I've been at the campus, and those stops are really annoying. But I was motivated this event because of the all the debutantes. Debutantes. If you're in chat, and you
there was
don't know
Mio
that,
in my mouth, Ethan. How dare you?
I'm sorry. If you're in chat and you don't know what I'm saying when I'm saying debutante, I said debutant wrong, or debutante wrong, and so
Pomegranate.
yeah. So now I've just been making fun of Furfro and been calling it debutante. So I've been catching all the debutantes, and obviously, I mean, actually, I didn't get to tell Jiggly this. I told Alyssa. So I haven't told Max or Butters either, obviously, but I caught a hundo debutante
Oh,
in my house.
jeez.
So I'm looking to XL that for Ultra League rotations in the future.
I didn't tell you, but I got one too.
Jeez.
I got a Hundo Debutante last night.
Let's go.
Did you name
I'm-
him Debutante?
No.
I'm
It's
doing
gotta
it
be
right now.
Hundo Tante.
What is a debutante?
It's for
Huh?
It's Furfru because debutante
little
is
dog.
one of the trims, and Ethan was
It's one of the
not
trims.
aware of how that word is said.
debutante.
And
Yeah.
Furfru is the new dog, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I
the
love that for this entire time that Butters has been streaming, he's still the same guy who doesn't
Well,
keep up with
no.
game news, doesn't know what the hell
It's just-
these things are.
He doesn't know the newer jet. Completely understandable.
He has to
Yeah.
he has to keep room in his brain for move counts and all that stuff. I understand. I get it.
And I feel like I agree with you guys about the annoying part because I was duoing I think with like Inadequates or something, and he got like 10 of those challengers like within like an hour or an hour and a half, like at his one stop. Like they must be everywhere.
It's terrible. They're
I've never
infecting
been
the
so
game.
glad that I'm not playing the game right now.
I mean,
Because they're making it seem like it's a literal hell.
Yeah, it's
So
like on
It's
every stop.
not that bad. How do you spell debutante for science, Ethan?
so how do you spell it?
Like, how do you spell
How
it?
do I spell it?
Not how do you spell debutante, but how do you
like-
spell debutante?
like-
Huh?
I need to rename
like-
mine.
Like debut and then ante.
Yeah, so I actually I include the pronunciation here. Let me put it in the chat.
Hakuna
Okay, good,
Matata.
good. Because I'm renaming mine, and I need it to be exactly like yours.
That's how my dog is named.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dante.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the name of it. So it actually fits.
Love
in
it.
the
Wow.
first name.
We
So,
really
That's
went
good.
with the whole like hooked on phonics way of spelling it. I like it.
yeah, exactly.
I
Debutante.
don't know if
So,
anyone's gonna be able to like see that.
There's the
But, like,
debutante. Perfect.
Yeah,
Yes.
debutante.
I'm best buddying it. I'm already best buddying it.
I
so.
have a very long list of things that need to be best buddied and a very low amount of motivation to best buddy them.
I agree.
So I'll stick them on the list, but know that I only have one best buddy, and I've been playing this game for a very long time.
Well, what I've been doing to min-max everything is everything I need a best buddy. When I go out for spotlights or community days or whatever, I'll pop in the things that aren't best buddy that are low KMs so I can get XLs, and then the other things I just don't even worry about.
So I had like a challenge from Totodile on our Bellsprouts team. He was like, I bet you can't best buddy that in 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, I can. In fact, I'll do 2 things in 2 weeks. And that lasted for like 3 days. And now I'm like, yeah, it's never going to be best buddy. So it's just who I am as a person. Nothing's going to get best buddy ever. Just Sanks. Sanks the Zigzagoon is the only best buddy I'll ever have.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy in the Woods is saying that we call it debutante.
No.
No.
I think maybe
no.
just having an XL debutante in Ultra League would taint the Ultra League experience for the.
No, it wouldn't
okay.
though, because the only thing it can beat is Jellicent. Like that's it. It's the only thing. that
Not even
Jellicent
with
can beat,
baits.
I guess. I mean, maybe it could be other ghost types, but like, I don't know what you want from Debutante. It really can't do much. I guess it could be maybe a Lapras or so, like a grass or water type because it has a grass charge move. But
Here you go, Pogo Joel. Here.
Yeah.
You did not miss the algorithm. Here. Just watch it right here.
the algorithm.
The algorithm.
There it is. Yeah. So I've been motivated with the debutantes. I'm not like completely out of this game. I really like. I think like the new students walking around and stuff has really revitalized my interest, and hopefully we get to see like new people walking around. But like honestly, like I just don't think I'm ready to leave this community quite yet. You know, like, and it's not even because of sunken costs. Let's just throw that all out the window. These are, regardless if you're, I don't want to use the word, but regardless if you're a Papeg or you're not a Papeg, I feel like there are genuine people in this community sure, some like to tease and like, I don't know, they like to make fun more than others, and some take it too far. But I feel like there are still like the people that play Pokemon Go. They're just like Max has even brought up. They're just different people. You know, there are people that like you disagree with in life, and there are people that you agree with. I feel like the community that we've built up is, for the most part, pretty solid in foundation. Even though we may be jesting sometimes. So yeah, I don't know.
I totally agree. I've met my two, like in real life, everyday best friends through this game. And when we stop playing this game, which won't be anytime soon because I'm still 6 million XP shy from 50, I will still be their friends. And I hope that that doesn't, like,
I heard
we're
it.
not going to not be friends just
Was
because.
that you, Butters? Do you still play
I heard
with
it.
It's
sound?
not
Somebody has a
me.
game on. Somebody has a game on. I heard it.
I was muted.
My
I was
game's
muted.
open, but my sound is off.
That was me.
So-
That was me. I'm sorry.
Put the game down.
It was the Squirtle.
Who told you
It
you
was
could play
Squirtle.
BBL?
It was him. It was him. Yeah.
It was the
Sorry.
algorithm. The algorithm has
It's
awakened.
off. It's off. It's off. My phone is off. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm trying to be sentimental, Ethan.
I'm so sorry. I didn't
God.
mean to do that.
But not only my in real life best friends, like you guys, like my Bellsprouts family from this game. And as shitty as some of like this community can be, it's not the entirety of this community. And I think it's unfair to say this whole community is that way when it's really just a few loud people. And you see those loud people because they're loud people. You don't see the quiet people who are super supportive.
That's not a hit on loud people, by the way. Just disclaimer. You
I'm
can
a
be
loud person.
What loud people are we
It's
protecting?
fine.
You're protecting loud people. Why are you protecting loud people, Ethan?
Oh dear.
I like how you went with that one, Alyssa. For half a second, when Alyssa was like, oh, my real life best friends, and then you guys like, wait, we're not best friend. You don't like us? Is that the direction? Like, because
You know
guys are
what?
my internet
When
best
my,
friends,
like,
and I was like,
in
oh,
real
okay,
life,
okay.
best friends have been too busy or had other plans and they could not grind with me. Ethan was the first one to be like, why don't you hop in Discord and share your screen and I'll hang out with you while you grind. So,
Yeah.
it's there. It's there.
All right,
There's this.
Oh, go ahead.
He just
There's
wants
this-
to see me get murdered on stream,
There's
clearly.
this guy.
There's
There's this
Okay,
guy
go.
named ProRoNack, and the only thing he's ever said in my stream is, "Hey Butters, I hope you're doing well today."
No.
And he says it almost every day, and that's the only thing he's ever said. So there are some good people out there. All right.
Ethan told me about that guy, and that is like the sweetest, most wholesome thing. Like, I bet that makes your day every time he says it. I bet you're like, that's so nice.
Yeah, and he always says it like very early on in the stream too.
No.
ProRoNack, where you at?
We need more people like ProRoNack.
I had
Yeah.
I
somebody
feel like
like
I
that.
need to point out Twastel's message because
Right.
he said it a couple times. So I just want to throw that out there that everybody sees it.
That was
I'm not gonna forget about
exactly
it.
where I was gonna go.
Okay, good. I just
now
want to squeeze
was-
it in there.
Hey,
So,
we got raided by Caleb.
Welcome in, Caleb. Caleb was kind enough, in fact, that he recorded something for me because I asked him to, and so now that he's here or his people are here, I will definitely take the chance to play that shortly. But without ignoring Twastel's question, which I think it's only fair, you've probably all heard the jiggly side of this more than anything, and you know, I think we'll remember this similarly. But Butters, do you remember when I came to you and said I wanted to do this whole Bellsprouts thing? Do you remember like your mindset and where we were at there? Like, it was a very, very different thing. And it was just kind of like the two of us just on the screen. It was so primitive. I have the screenshot. I'll have to pull it up in a second of what I sent you in DMs of what it would look like. And so why don't you tell me what you remember though? And the one thing I do know is that you know how Ethan got to be on this show. That's for darn sure.
Yeah. So you had to put in the part, like, do you remember where you were at? Like, you had to set
No,
me up.
not where you were at.
You had to set
no,
me up
this
for
isn't,
failure.
This
It's
isn't
like,
the
do you remember
JFK
our
shooting.
First, yeah.
No,
yeah.
you were probably at dinner. You were with dinner
Yeah.
with, is it Zdania? Is that the right?
Oh, Zarania? Yeah,
Zarania. And
Yeah.
she probably was like, Steven, put down your phone. And
Oh, using my real name now.
well, that's how she talks. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, true.
I blew your cover. Now
it's about 50-50.
Butters is getting
these days,
doxxed.
but,
yeah.
Yeah. So for all of you who have been here from the beginning, Jiggly said some very nice things about us. I want to say some nice things about Jiggly. I know we started doing the Bellsprouts, like you said, just like us talking about like literally the news that happened in Pokemon Go and just riffing because we both had opinions. We both wanted to do it. But really, like, although I didn't realize it at the time, like it means a lot to me to be a part of that because Jiggly Dad is actually someone who is like pushed me creatively because this is his idea. I mean, this is his idea. Shoutcast School was his idea. He was always the ambitious one to create these shows, to do all the legwork. Like I was the one to just show up. Jiggly does all the hard work. And that's something I very much appreciate about you, Jiggly, it's just you seeing like a vision and wanting to create something and having no experience or like sometimes no idea even what we're going to create, but you just go for it. You do it because you think this would be worthwhile. This would be good. This would be fun. This is something you could be proud of, is something that I was always scared to do. And because of you, I have tried more things in terms of like creating content, trying new things, doing the things that are like, oh, that will be hard, so I won't do it. But no, like I feel like I could make something good here, so I'll try it. So the fact that you like we started at the same time and you pushed me creatively, like I really have to thank you for that because you helped me a lot. You really did. So I appreciate that, Jiggly. And yeah.
Very appreciate it. And yeah, they're wondering, somebody wanted to know, was it Joel, just how we knew each other at all? Like if you are not long for the Pogo category, like literally when I was streaming and when Butters was streaming, I think maybe the only other person who really challenged us for the graveyard shift back then was Jim Corn. It would just and
Taco was around back then.
Well, you're right, Taco, but Taco
yeah.
would usually start earlier, and it was more just a question of when he ended. And so like the night was just kind of, especially during the week and on the nights that Taco wasn't streaming, like Butters and I would just kind of be in this pocket where like we would raid one another or, just, I think typically you'd be on after I was, even though I have my crazy hours. And I just know that from the beginning, like it didn't take long to know that Butters was somebody who was both taking this to, like, he was taking it seriously. But he was taking it seriously in a fun way. And he was not doing it in like a try hard jerk way. Like I've always said, like, I hate it when he's tilting. I don't like to watch it, but like when he is having fun with this game, there's nobody who has as much fun with this game as Butters does. And just like the silly things that he would come up with the, whether the Azus played rough and like you running Typhlosion like early on, like when Typhlosion was not a thing, and you would work in the game to find a way to do things that like people were just like, you can't do this, and you would just beat your head up against a wall until you could make it work. And that was the patience I didn't have. Like whatever energy you applied to the game was more like maybe what I applied to like the streaming and the planning and all that, which is a good explanation of why I'm not very good at this game anymore. But But yeah, I mean, we basically just met because this was a small, tight knit community, and while there was certainly some phoniness and some, there were some extra people around that we either don't have around now or that we didn't necessarily vibe with. Like, I just immediately related to what he did. It was definitely before I got completely worn out on watching GBL content, period. But like, just he approached the game in a way that I could relate to, that I could sit in the chat and I could watch a stream, and I was not just like, this music is making my skin crawl, this attitude is making my skin crawl, this, and like, it was just there. And like,
maybe because it was back when we could actually play music,
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was certainly a thing as well. But it was just clear to me that even though we very, very often had different opinions, that that he was sort of my people, if you will. And Butters and I, we have a long history at this point, and I'll even candidly say we had a falling out. And it means a lot. It means a ton to me that you are here for the final Bellsprouts. We patched things up a while ago, but we don't do things the same way. We are wired very, very differently. And so, some of the things that he did rubbed me the wrong way, and whatever, like, things happen. And I don't know. I thought it was a great formula in the beginning because we both kind of knew what we were doing from a different perspective. We had different opinions, and we could talk about this game more than anybody at the time that I knew. We could just go, talk, and it could last forever. So that was where really the idea came from. And then, as I was alluding to, I mean, literally when I came up with the idea of Shoutcast School, Butters kind of wanted to turn his attention to that, and that's always been clear that that's where his passion was. And so he was really wanting to kind of only have the one commitment. Butters isn't a big commitment guy, probably partly because he understands you have to draw those healthy boundaries for real life. I think that's one of the big things. But he was like, okay, I can do one thing, but here's this scientist guy. Like, I think that this guy is what you need. Like, I don't know how much you know about him, but just definitely he's the one, like, trust me. And I was just like, oh yeah, I've seen him. Like, he seems like a nice kid. He's been in my chat and that kind of thing. But like, I didn't know a ton. And it was literally just kind of like the Butters blessing. And I was just like, do you want to do this? And he was enthusiastic from jump. And for Alyssa, I know she's always like so confused about this, but like I got probably like, I think it was like 3 or 4 people, the ones I can remember being Anadactyl and
I'm Your Poppy.
And I'm Your Poppy, that would like DM me, and there'd just be like, it is so obvious that this is the person you need. She's amazing. She's really engaged with the community. She knows what she's talking about. And I was just like, okay, I'll try. I don't know who that is. And of course you didn't stream at the time.
I just looked through our DMs and I was like, let me find out like our origin story here. And you poor thing, you had to like harass me into getting to say yes to coming on to anything. You were like, whatever you want to do. Do you want me to interview you? Do you want to like come on my stream? You want to just like hang out? And I was like, no.
You're like, what is
I'm
this?
good.
What is this?
Remember the very first stream? I like sat down in front of my computer. I was like, okay, ready to do this. Here's my bottle of wine. I'm going to drink the whole friggin' thing before we get started because I was terrified. I was so afraid. I was like, I don't know why this guy wants me on his stream. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I had like the worst imposter syndrome. Like I was like accidentally decent at this game. I don't know how Battle of the Servers was successful. I don't know how I was winning tournaments. It just happened. And you were like, oh yeah, come stream. And I'm like, oh my God, this poor guy has no idea what he's getting into. So we'll just get wasted after the 6th time you asked me. And I was like, let's just do it.
So the alcohol's
now
been
you're
there
stuck.
since the beginning. Before,
Well, no, the alcohol was there for the first 4 months. And then I was like, I've got this. This is fine. And then I switched to coffee instead because, you know, it's a late night. You guys want to stay up till 3 a.m. and I don't live that life. I bake for a living for a coffee shop, which means I need to be up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I also have children that drain my life force. So sleep is few and far between. So staying up this late has been the most difficult but best part of my Sunday and Monday nights. And I'm going to really miss being sleep deprived. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Like, what am I supposed to sleep? Like, what? I don't want to do that.
Imagine if Jiggly had only known, like, do you want to come on to my show and talk about bows? And then you would just be like,
and raccoons.
I'm in. Oh, yeah, raccoons.
If you had messaged me and been like, hey, you got any raccoons you want to share videos of eating small dinner plates off of the tiny table, I would have been like, sign me the hell up. But yeah, I don't know. It worked out. I'm really glad you harassed me into it. I don't know what possessed me into saying yes, because this was not something I had ever thought I would be doing a year or two ago, 15 months ago. But I'm really glad I'm doing it. And I am not going to cry right now. This is why I had wine, so I wouldn't cry. I don't know. I feel like wine, Alyssa. Yeah, bad bitch Alyssa and sad bitch Alyssa are very different people. And Alyssa with wine is better than sad Alyssa. So that's what we're doing right now.
Well, it's a fine balance, right?
I'm going to cry. It is. If
you have too much wine, then you're going to be sad, Alyssa. But if you
two more glasses, then I'd be weeping for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so we got to go on a little bit longer so we can get two more glasses in.
No. See, the difference is this is a bottle, not a box. Because I've evolved. I've grown as a person.
The evolved form of Alyssa.
Is this Mega Alyssa?
She's a Lanoon.
It's at least for now. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself. Who am I supposed to talk to about my raccoons?
Oh, you think that I don't want to hear the raccoon stories? You are sadly mistaken.
You're going to hear them. Okay. Yes.
But
everybody else wants to hear about my
raccoon stream. And Max,
that's important.
And Max, if I'm not mistaken, I think that it was essentially just you were the guy who, after we had that stream I talked about, where you stumbled in and chatted with me for a while, and we'd never really met. I think you kind of just agreed to be my guest host, maybe on multiple occasions, and you were kind enough to fill in when I didn't have someone around. And so you didn't want to have the official Bellsprout title because you just didn't feel that it fit you, and you weren't necessarily able to be here every week. But you were the guy who stuck like glue and was always around whenever I needed anything, whether it was this show or helping me produce the AR PvP stream or anything like that, when I needed capable, steady hands and the like. Or of course, we all know the Max rants, which we don't need now, but we've got we've got tapes. We can play those back.
There's never a need for a Max rant. It just happens.
But I feel like that was the origin story. It's a little bit less of a spontaneous combustion and more of just a Max managed to make himself the most loyal one in the room and worm his way into my heart in that way. And so it wasn't nearly as blind and confusing as the other ones. But that is
that's a lot nicer way of saying than like, oh yeah, so I found this equally as broken and narcissist or nihilist type dude, and we bonded over how nothing matters.
Oh,
and
geez.
It's all ash.
Oh no. Don't call me a nihilist. I'm not a nihilist. At least not today. I'm not gonna cop to that. So that is the origin story. Before I forget, I did pull up the picture that I sent Butters before we did the first stream, where he's like, how are we doing this? Like, what kind of connection are we using? And I sent him this really, really high quality picture of what the layout was going to look like with me on the left, and it doesn't even have him on the right. And that literally is the genesis of all of it. When I'm just like trying to figure stuff out, and you go from like me just completely not trying, using my original webcam in the office, all crammed up. Don't have my backwards hat look. Still got the glasses. Obviously, just so much going on there. There's like no production value whatsoever. I was really that was part of it too. And I know that when Butters came on, that was one of the things that was so funny was we literally, like we've talked about how Butters kind of has this only knows what he needs to know kind of personality. Like he's like, yeah, I'll do this. Let's come on, whatever. And then we did the first one, and I'm pretty sure afterwards we got off stream, and he was just like, man, I was really glad that, I think that went well, but I was worried with the whole Between Two Bellsprouts thing. I thought you were going to like light me up, like that you were going to like sarcastically make fun of me like Zach Galifianakis, and you sounded like you were kind of girded for the idea that I was just going to sit there and just rudely insult you and see if you noticed and that sort of thing. So it was really funny. Like literally, I don't know if we had an outline for the first one, but I don't think we even had a premise for exactly like what the idea of the conversation was. You were just like, I'm up for anything.
Yeah. That's exactly how it was. Yeah. I wish we could see it. I wish we could see the video.
I know. I hate the fact, like literally like back in those days. So every single time that I would do a Bellsprouts, I would typically raid out. I would go into Taco, and then at that point I was so into the scene, if you will, of it, that I would just be like, oh, I got to drop into the Discord call with Taco and hang out with all those people and whatever. And so it was just that sort of a scene. And I was just like, oh shit, Taco, what do I do if I want to save that video? Is it too late? Yeah, bruh. Yeah. Like it's too late. And I'm just like, oh no, I will never have the original Bellsprouts. And the really ironic thing is that I don't think that I still grasped it for a while. Cause I like to try and pride myself on the idea that I know what I'm doing now. But at the same time, like I was so ignorant at the beginning. I didn't know how VODs worked. I didn't know even once you had a VOD that like they would expire at a certain point if you're not a partner. And I didn't know, like what I had to do to sort of maintain my side. So I've certainly, at this point I record them all locally, and I've got like, archives of episode after episode that will probably never be watched. There'll be some sort of weird, some sort of person that's doing some study on sociology in the future or something, and they'll be like, what the hell are these people carrying on about, and why do they care about this game? But I don't know that I was able to find a single actual recorded episode with the two of us, which really does kind of make me sad, not gonna lie.
I would have loved to see clips.
Yeah, I mean, even the clips of us early, the clips of us and just like all the different iterations that I went through before I was finally able to settle in ye old Jiggly Studios, where I've got my fancy lighting and all that jazz going on. Like I had a few looks that were better than others, but I definitely didn't really spend a whole lot of time caring most of the time. I was just kind of a boomer dude that was on stream that was just playing the game, and I was showing up however the hell I was showing up. Since Caleb's people are here and I teased it, I suppose that it would be best now if I played the short little video that Caleb recorded for us, because if you follow Caleb on Twitter, one of the things, and I don't think I really even asked him necessarily about this on his first interview that I did, was just like what the word millierism means to him, because he has this, it's something he has in his Twitter profile. And I personally find it a very interesting idea. And I really look up to Caleb as just one of the people in our community who really does have very high ethical standards. He has standards where he really knows like where his boundaries are and what he ought to be engaging himself in. And so I really wanted to hear from him, just because I find him to be probably I'm going to say one of the most important moral compasses that we have in our community, at least from the original community that I remember. And so it's fairly short, and he does kind of just get a little bit congratulatory of me and all that stuff. But I just wanted to play the video that he so graciously provided me on very short notice.
Hey everyone, it's Caleb, and
it shouldn't be upside down. It shouldn't be upside down. Give me a second. That was
It could
very
be upside down.
that was very awkward. That is a true jiggly thing. I was like,
Look how far we've come.
look how,
hey everyone, it's Caleb, and my cat Crank.
Fine.
I
Maybe
just-
he's a bat. You don't know his life.
I just
No,
did
it gives
again.
it gives me time to praise Caleb too. Caleb, hell of a battler too.
Mhm.
Hell of a battler. Really one of the best. And he
And the
tries
most
to
humble.
True. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Caleb, I know like he's probably one of the most influential people on the GBL meta. He might even be number one. So like that's not a small feat. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, before I forget, who got bingo on the Jiggly Dad stream where he would have
the upside down in the corner of the screen
tech issue,
Caleb video.
Alyssa mentioning raccoons,
We were supposed to
Scientists-
make this bingo card.
scientists saying a not swear word when he's trying to do a swear word, like gosh darn.
I said butthole.
Yeah, there you go. Like we got hit. We got to. Oh, and then a max rant. We got to tick all the bingos.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give myself the benefit of the doubt and say that it's because he recorded it on a phone and maybe he did it upside down. I'm going to switch to the scene, and then I am going to flip it as we go because I don't know a better way to, well, yeah.
I'm good with it
How
upside
funny
down.
would
Just
it
let
be
it go.
like him like talking about how Jiggly? I can't believe he produces those shows. He does such a great job, and then Caleb's like upside down talking about it.
Oh,
No, he went for a whole early MTV. Like it's gonna start upside down, and then it's gonna like turn, and it's gonna be right. It's he's going for a '90s style here. That's what it is. It's stylistic.
Oh my Lord. I didn't even ponder this possibility. This is what I get. This is what I get.
You know what? Let it fly. We're
All
good
right.
here.
All right. We're letting it fly. Here we go.
Hey everyone, it's Caleb, and my cat Cranberry above me on the kitchen counter. So Jiggly Dad invited me to make a short video on this last Between Two Bellsprouts stream, and definitely a huge honor to even be a part of it. It was one of the first interviews I've ever done on any stream or any platform, really, back in 2020, and then I was able to join again earlier this year as well. So definitely sad to see it go, but I definitely understand the circumstances behind it. And Jiggly Dad wanted me to speak a little bit about one of my favorite words, which is Muellerism. And so essentially what Muellerism is the belief that the world could be made better by human effort. It's one of my favorite words, one of my favorite concepts, really just because, if you're feeling down and you feel like the world's kind of against you or just things aren't going the way you want it to go, there are people out there that are still working every day to make the world better, even if you feel like there are some that aren't. And that's kind of the constant struggle we always have in human history. And things like that make me feel a little more optimistic that there are great people out there doing the best they can, no matter how tough the circumstances are. Definitely, Between Two Bellsprouts has been kind of a shining point in the community, in my opinion, just because able to bring on different guests to talk about different topics, their history with the game, the community as a whole, sometimes even controversial topics that I definitely love tuning into the VODs for, because unfortunately it's a little bit late for me to watch live sometimes, but it's been a really good time to see this kind of content, definitely a little bit more unique than a lot of the other standard Pogo content out there. I wish Jiggly Dad, the rest of Between Bellsprouts team well, and I'm looking forward to see what you all do down the future. And it's been a blast to be a part of this journey.
All right. So as I said, he did some complimenting of the show. Well, I didn't ask him for that. I was just asking for just. I think it's helpful, and I want to say this in just like the most non-controversial and positive way. I just want to say that like literally each of us really does have the power to kind of shape the community that we're in and just what we want to see in the world. And I think that it's helpful to remind ourselves of that. And with Caleb being at the center of the center, maybe overstating it, but to me, he's really like he's probably my favorite example of a battler slash person in this community that's able to balance the two and really do a great job. So, for those of you who sometimes feel like your battling suffers because of the way you approach life, or your life suffers because of the way you approach battling. I don't know. I know Caleb. He takes paid coaching gigs. I don't know if he takes life coaching gigs, but the dude is a legend, and I really hope that if I'm not out there spewing my jiggly rants, if there's anybody I can tell you that I want you to listen to, it's that guy. And nobody's perfect, but Caleb he's a very well spoken and very intelligent and thoughtful individual. And please support people like that over some of the other things that we see out there.
And wait, hold on. Before we move on, Caleb's right, man. Like, you've done this for 19 months, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're the only one who does other stuff, man. Like, other people do tournaments, they do Sylph stuff, but like, you've done this, you've done Shoutcast School, like you've done a lot of work to be proud of, a lot of effort into something that you wanted to build. And I know this is technically the last episode, but like, that's inspiring to me. So I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. For me, it's I got to make the decision that's right for me, and I agree. It's something that I am proud of. There's nothing I'm more proud of than this show, even in the absence of large viewer numbers. To me, this is the crux of it, and this is why I do it. And if I had more faith in Niantic and the direction of this game and this community, I would probably keep plugging at it. But there's a whole. I did edit it down. I promise I edited it down. But when I go on the post show video, I think there's a whole 40 some minutes of me talking about just things, and it'll make more sense. I hope it would. I'm a terrible editor, people. Have I mentioned I'm a terrible editor? But
well, your technical skills are unparalleled. But I don't know if that's a compliment or we're gonna find out.
I'm just not good at doing stuff off script. Like it's I would never in a million years say, "Damn you, Caleb, for sending me that video so late," because I asked him so late. I mean, I got the video from Caleb. That's all I can ask for. But then I'm just like facepalm. I wasn't planning for the upside down phone video. That's not the move that you ever expect. That is unexpected. Well played, sir. I am going to. I may watch the VOD at some point to literally scroll through a lot of chat to try and catch it, because I know that chat has been a lot more active than it usually is. And the last thing that I want anybody to think is that I am not paying attention to chat or that I don't care about chat. It's I'm too old to keep up with this chat. These people with their chat. At least they're not spamming emotes and making them move fast. But even with the words, I can't keep up with everything, and I don't want to have a whole stream devoted to me just reading stuff. So I can take care of that off stream. I thank you all for your support in bits, subs, messages, especially just being here. Just being here is what matters to me, and The one thing that is so funny to me, that it's a little bit of a cruel irony. I remember at some point in time when there weren't very many of us streaming, Butters, that I used to really like look and see what the viewer numbers were on the VODs. And I would typically look at mine, and sometimes I would look at yours. Like I would just look at sort of people for benchmarks. And there was a certain point where I don't know what changed in the Twitch algorithm, but I feel like they intentionally like artificially inflated it, and both of our numbers just kind of like shot up through the roof like out of nowhere. So I really never know how many people are watching this by the VOD. I've always felt sort of I don't know, some sort of regret that I didn't make this into a podcast, but the reality is that this could never have been a podcast. Like, people call it a podcast, but like, half the time the audio is a train wreck, and we're certainly like all at different levels. People who would be tuning in for a podcast, if it was for the first time and they heard one of our 4.5-hour episodes where we just completely go off the rails about things that sometimes don't even relate to Pokemon Go, like it wouldn't really work as a podcast the way we've done it, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But I've never been able to know, and that does make me a little sad. Like I hear people talk about watching VODs. I hear people talk about watching it, but I've never trusted the Twitch metrics to be anything. Like I always kind of assume that all the people watching on Twitch are bots, and I've never been good at uploading stuff to YouTube, partly because I know I need to edit these beasts in order for it to be relevant to people, and I suck at editing. So, maybe somewhere down the line, I will channel my skills and figure out what I am best at, and be able to produce something that is in the right format at the right time, and have the success that I want to have with it, and actually feel like it was a success. If I'm being honest, probably the reason why I don't feel this is a success is just because I don't feel like I ever did what I set forth to do in the first place, which was to kind of be the place that people would talk about things each week. And I really never felt like I reached that level of gravity where like people would, I don't want to say stop what they're doing, but that there wouldn't be necessarily as much traffic in the Pokemon Go PvP community, that like a large chunk of people would maybe cut out that time. I don't know. I always just kind of was hoping that there would be an ability of people to just come together and have a conversation in one place and sort of kick things over, and not necessarily come to a consensus, but understand each other better coming out of it. And I just feel like we're just more in our caves and separate little places than we ever were. And so that's really my biggest regret, that I've never been able to pull. It's not about numbers. It's really never been about numbers. It's not about partner. It's about being able to force a conversation that needs to be had. And for many of the people in chat, certainly people that aren't in chat, some of the things that I talk about hurt people's feelings. Some of the things I say hurt people's feelings. And it's never been easy for me to be the person who hurts people's feelings, but I always at least kind of wanted to be the guy who hurt people's feelings with a purpose. And I really just kind of feel like that purpose is missing these days, that like ain't nobody listening to this guy. And so in combination with all the other things going on, it makes it hard for me to continue when I don't feel like I ever was able to achieve that, and that we're going in an opposite direction. So that would
I want you to know that you're wrong, first of all. And I love you, but I'm going to say it, that you're wrong. And you have made more of an impact in this community than I think you'll ever realize, not only in me and Ethan and Butters and Max, but in everybody else in your chat and anyone who's ever tuned into the stream or been on this stream. You have had an impact. You have been a place where people could come and talk about what was going on in the game and not have to worry about
hard judgment. Like we've had people in this game who talked about why they defit, why it's great to defit. We've had people in this game who have won world championships and have done so honestly, and just like everything in between those two people. Like if you can do both of those things and treat both of those kinds of people with the same kind of integrity and respect, then you're doing something right, something that 90% of this community cannot do on social media. And you should be proud of that. You have been the place that you have completely said that you have failed being, but you're wrong. You are that place. You have been the voice of reason in this community, a safe space for anybody to come into this chat and be completely welcome. How many times have we had to ban somebody in this chat? I can count on one hand over the past year. You have been the wholesome place this community did not have otherwise. And you should be proud of that, because I am. I know Ethan is.
I'm proud of it. I feel like Twitter and Twitch culture have won. I feel like the numbers game, the algorithm game, not the algorithm that we all talk about, but the actual algorithms. I feel like I don't deliver content in a way that relates. And because I personally have such distaste, and I find that those things are so limiting and unhealthy, I just can't adjust. Like it's literally a case of, if I felt like I could adjust to deliver my message on Twitch or on Twitter, and to grow through Twitch in a way that was honorable and ethical, and get that audience to do what I need to do, I think I would do it. But I know people like to tell me people are loud on Twitter, but like, I just think people think in sound bites, people think in tweets, people think in very snarky, snide, short ways these days. And it's very hard to get people's attention with what I like to think is nuanced thought, and like showing people different sides of arguments, as opposed to just letting them all feel however they want. And so if I felt like I were moving the needle at this point, I would still keep going. So
I know you think that you're not, but you are. And I think if you look at the small community that we've built here, the small community that you've built, really, because Ethan and I are here, and Butters was here, and Max is here, but you made this. Like, this was your idea. You put this into motion. You created this positive space, this positive community. Your chat, our chat, has been the most wholesome, positive space that I have seen ever on Twitch. And I lurk a lot. I might not contribute much to other people's chats because I don't really feel like I need to. And most of the time I'm watching, my hands are in my work. But you have made the most respectable, wholesome, best part of this community. And you might not feel like it's a massive impact on the greater Twitch community or the greater Twitter community, but the people who matter, the people who are like you and I and Ethan and Max and Butters and the people, that we want our community to kind of emulate, those are the people that are in this chat. The good people who care about the betterment of this community are in your chat. And I know you feel like it's not enough, but it is. It is. It's a lot of people. And it's not just people who are here live. I know we're late. Like, people watch the VOD. I know you think they don't, but people have messaged me, like Rich Rank in chat has messaged me and told me, it's an inconvenient time for him because he's working, but he always watches after the fact. I think you just don't realize what a big impact you've had on this community and on me and on our whole team. You've had such an impact.
I personally feel like Twitch and Twitter wins when you feel like, because you didn't mildly affect a bigger audience, that's not as good as you significantly impacted the audience you have, the community you have, which can be way more important. The fact that you think the fact that you are sad because you didn't reach like a certain level of numbers is letting Twitch and Twitter culture win. That's letting it win, man. Like, you directly impacted this community significantly. Instead of seeing more people, bigger numbers, more strangers, and mildly affecting them. So I know you feel discouraged, but is this something to how your morals are? I know you. I know what you value. I hope you reconsider how you feel about this, because, like Alyssa said, I don't think you're right. I think if you think Twitch and Twitter win, culture win, is when you think that significantly impacting a small community doesn't matter. And I think it really does matter. So I hope you reconsider. But
I'm not trying to
Someone else
talk
can
you
talk.
out of
Yeah.
pausing.
Someone else can talk.
You know, I'm not. I
Yeah.
know that this is what you need to do right now, and I support you. I do in anything you choose to do. But I want you to know that whether you come back to this or not, the positive impact you've had on me, on our team, and on this community is bigger than you will ever realize.
So I don't know. I want to say something.
Speak, because I'm getting misty and we're not doing this.
I feel like it gets downplayed a lot. But you've done this for 19 months, and that's 19 months with the same people, pretty much. There's been some people that go, but like 19 months with like pretty much the same chat. Like, I don't know. It's not only 19 months of dedication from you, it's 19 months of dedication from everyone that follows you. And that just means that you're growing. And I'm not saying you need to keep going at all. I think that it's important to take breaks, and I completely Chaz. I completely
During the tears.
I completely
He
support
probably
you.
waited for that cynically.
No, he didn't. Chaz, you did not wait. I completely support you in your musical endeavors. But that's 19 months with the same people, pretty much. Some people we've gathered along the way, but like a lot of people have stayed for 19 months as well. So, and I know that like Alyssa's talking about the chat, and I've said that like the chat is amazing. It's about the whole experience, and like I don't know. I like some of me like wanted to like promote this more and like be more of an impact in terms of this regard, and I take that on myself. But like I know you don't want me to, but like at the same time, like you fostered something, and some people will even watch you do music stuff. I don't know. I mean, I will. It doesn't mean everyone will, but like at the same time, like you know, we have people like Wholesome CCO. Those communities, yes, a lot of them stay, but a lot of them are just they come and then they go. You know, like Butters mentioned, like a lot of people in the chat just go there because of the experience for that period, because it's similar to what they've seen, and then they go. So yeah, it's definitely like it's impacted me for sure. But yeah, it's, and I know Alyssa as well, and Max, and all them. So yeah.
But you know what? As much as you and I have cried this week, like we're
we're holding it together tonight.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're both like teary, and you know we've been better, but we're killing it.
It's just
We're not sobbing, and that's really cool.
I think I've beaten all the hope out of you guys. You guys have been trying to talk sense into me all week, telling me, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to do this?" But
Our come to Jesus a couple nights ago was.
I mean, if anybody
Yeah.
wants to know what that was like, just imagine like what would you say, like a 20 to 30 minute uninterrupted jiggly rant on Discord, and afterwards, I think Alyssa's response was, "Okay, that's fair." And it was just like I felt like I was talking to my kids, and I was just like here's how it is, and like it ain't gonna change right now. And I felt bad. I felt really bad, but like this has been such a freaking tough decision for me. Like it's literally like it's like putting down a family member almost. It's like, I mean, that's morbid. It's
Can't
not
put
like
people
that.
down.
But you know,
that's not
like,
how this works.
Okay, okay. I don't know. Bad metaphor. Jiggly
Like
with
a
the
pet
worst.
maybe.
Pet-
My God.
Yeah,
You're
there we-
taking Old Yeller out back, and
There we
putting
go.
a bullet in
It's
his head. There you
putting
go.
down a rabid dog. We'll say a rabid dog.
There you
But I just, I don't know. I've had to try to get a little bit more dispassionate about it as things have gone, because as I've said on Twitter, and as I've alluded to with my editing, like I literally went on like a 2-hour kind of talking to the camera stream. And if I'm being honest, I didn't really do it the justice that I think I want to, because it's a lot harder for me to just talk knowing that nobody else is on the other end listening, knowing that I can edit it, knowing that I'm not having a conversation. Like, I know the reality of this stream, even though I'm not. You guys are always like, it's all you. Like, I know I do most of the talking. I know I can kind of domineer the microphone. I know I don't always make a lot of room to speak, but it still isn't easy to talk to a blank camera. Like, still, like having nobody there to riff off of, having nobody there to respond, having nobody there to bail you out when you don't have words. That's tough. And so trying to get ready the video that I've put together has been a very difficult experience. And yeah, so that was a lot of time. And this has been long in the making, I think. And really, it's just gotten to the point where there's just a lot of things pointing in the same direction. So, you know, I'm not closing the door on anything. I am not the guy who comes on Twitter. Speaking of simplicity on Twitter, I'm not the guy who comes on Twitter and says, I'm retiring, I'm done streaming, I'm done this. I just felt like it was only right for me to take the thing that I was most proud of out and let people at least know that it was going to be the last one for now. Because if I didn't do that, I felt like I've known so many content creators, insignificant or significant, and when I lost what they were doing and they didn't let me know it was ending, I always felt like I was like, well, what? How's this end? Where'd they go? And for anybody, even if there's one person out there who's just like, you know, this is where I go and this is where I find my space. I don't want to disappear on y'all, but I just can't do this anymore. So I've said a lot more in a pre-recorded thing, and the reason I did it pre-recorded was because I knew that if I tried to do it live, I would be like this, but 10 times worse, and I wouldn't get through it all, and I'd be really incoherent. You guys, you all in chat, you all, my Bellsprouts, and every person who's ever, you know, agreed to come on this show graciously, often at the last minute, and act like I'm the one doing them the favor by having them on. It's truly humbling, but there's just no other decision to be made at this point. So I'm not going to close the door on anything. And as I say in the closing, if I can find any way to rope Alyssa and Ethan into streaming anything with me that I can figure out how to make it work in my life, like, it will be a thing. I don't know if anybody will tune in, and that's not my concern. It's really not my concern. My only concern when it came to numbers, if, as you say, is that I know that if I want to have impact on the community that I love and the direction of the game that I used to love, that I have to have some sort of critical mass in order to have that pull. And it's about influence. It's not about clout, if you will. It's about, like, I want to be able, I don't care if people think I'm important. I just want to be able to have a seat at the table to have the conversations that people don't want to have. And I just feel too tuned out. I feel too much like that's not making the impact that I need it to make. And I think I will try to hard steer away from emotion right now, and gently move into a topic that is completely relevant and also completely connected to this. But the announcement this week of the Lunar Cup meta and the start of the next Sylph season. And I say this knowing at this point that no matter what I say, people are going to have a problem with me. No matter what I say, like, I do not want to bruise anyone's feelings. I do not want to make it seem like I don't value somebody's hard work, whether I don't value somebody's volunteering, whatever. Like, I've loved Sylph like nobody else for so long, but I'm like, today when we got the tweet about stuff, and when we looked at it and it had rules, and I saw the words thousands of live venues or thousands of live places, I really thought I was going to be able to dig and find that they were going to let people make their own decisions on a local basis. And even though I'd already made this decision on my own, regardless of whether live tournaments came back, like, it's like, it's the nail in the coffin for me. I understand that COVID is out there. I understand that some people, don't treat it seriously. I understand that Sylph might have ideas with liabilities, but I'm at the point now where, like, we've kept the heartbeat of this thing alive for so long. Butters and I were literally streaming between two Bellsprouts the day before they announced that St. Louis Safari Zone was canceled. And I had plans to go to both the Chicago Mega and to the St. Louis Mega. And I was never going to do well. It was all about meeting people, seeing people, and the community. And I am just crushed at this point. And the fact that the only entity that I have any faith or trust in to do anything in person in, like, a way that I really am into has basically kind of just implicitly said that right now they're still not doing it when we've got a new season starting. It was a dagger in the heart. And I know that there are logistical factors and there are emotional factors. And I will be the first to say that the logistical factors and the real factors of people's lives and those sorts of things matter more than anything. But the reality is that in the microcosm of Pokemon Go, like, holding live tournaments on a small scale would not even move the needle in terms of what sort of exposure people are giving themselves right now in crazy large concert environments, that at Lollapalooza, at a stadium, at schools. Kids in most places are in school. They're in school every day. I understand that, like, there is a time and a place to take precautions, but, like, the fact that we as local people cannot organize an 8 to 16 person tournament, literally, even at this point, and have it be a thing, like, I'm sorry, that's a dagger in my heart. And it doesn't matter whether it was the right decision or the wrong decision, but, like, the fact that it had it in the press release and they don't seem to have changed anything, and you still cannot actually set up a tournament in person, like, you're playing with my fucking emotions and my mind with that stuff, because that's literally the thing I've been waiting for like the last, whatever it is, 16 months, 17 months, whatever it is. And every passing day that we have, every passing month, every passing meta that we have, this little community that we had that was so strong and so humble and so different is getting crushed and eclipsed by one that is not of the same sort. And it's just like, I don't know. If anybody else has any thoughts on the idea of in-person tournaments, go ahead. Like, I really hate to step in the lion's den that is the COVID talk. I hate it. I hate it.
I'll do it.
Because I do
I'll
not
do it.
want to sit here and drum up, like, just talking points on political sides. I don't want people to like stir up their emotion because they've had a family member involved. It's not about individual like anecdotal cases. It's about the reality that just like we overreacted to terrorism when 9/11 occurred, we overreacted to COVID at this point, and there are certain things that can be done that we're not doing. And for us as a Pokemon Go community to isolate ourselves when the whole point of it is to make this a social game, when people are engaging recklessly all over the world, what the hell are we doing?
I 100% agree. At the risk of anybody in our chat coming at me and telling me I'm not sensitive enough to this pandemic or anything like that, I'm vaccinated. My husband is vaccinated. None of my children are old enough to be vaccinated, but our oldest turns 12 in a few months, and he's made the decision on his own to get vaccinated. So that's something that he feels like he's convicted to do, and we're going to let him do it. But this is normal now. Like, this is the new normal. It's not going anywhere. And pausing anything that makes us feel like mentally okay for God knows how many more years while this mutates and has different strains or whatever. I'm not a doctor, I don't know. But however long this goes on for, like, this is the new normal now. And continuing to close down certain things like these tournaments while other things are going on senselessly, like the football game in Arkansas. I don't know if any of you guys watch college football, but apparently that's like a really big thing here in the Deep South. It's not my jam, but it certainly is 90% of Arkansas's jam, where Arkansas football is like a huge deal. And there's thousands and thousands of people being crammed into these stadiums just right on top of each other. And that's totally fine because we're in the South and people don't believe in masks here. And, it is what it is. Like, there's a real virus, yes. But, we can do what we can to prevent ourselves from getting sick at tournaments. But canceling life and canceling these in-person tournaments is just, I don't know. I don't think it's the way to do it. Niantic's comfortable holding in-person events. So I don't see what a 12-person tournament is going to, do to stop anything. I go out to dinner once a week for Mexican food and grinding with my friends, and we have just as many people as it would take to host a small tournament. So can I sit around my table drinking margaritas and, doing a self tournament? Like, what's the difference? I'm sitting there either way. Either way, if we were going to get COVID, we're going to get it. But I also respect that this is a really hard decision for these people, and nobody wants to take responsibility for anybody potentially getting sick. So I get it. Like, it sucks for everybody, but I feel like the game itself that we're all playing should steer the conversation that we're having. And if Niantic's okay with hosting these in-person events like Go Fest that I went to in Nashville where there were thousands of people, like, I don't see the harm in having a 15-person tournament when Niantic just had, 15,000 people in Nashville walking around catching Pokemon and trading with randoms. So I'd rather, space out at an outdoor picnic venue at a park and, battle that way than not have one at all. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. And like, watching the community crumble super sucks. Like, this time last year, ARPVP was regularly having 7-round tournaments. We're not going to have that this season. There's not a chance that we're going to have 7-round tournaments. Maybe we'll get 5 rounds in our server wides. maybe. But the majority of people in our servers are like, oh, I don't really know, this season I'm not really interested. I'll just stick to GBL. Like everybody's losing interest, and it kills me because I love Sylph. I love the format. I loved the community building. I loved making friends, battling, making connections with people. You can't do that in GBL. You're battling random people you'll never speak to. But when you're doing Sylph tournaments, you're speaking to these people. You have dialogue before your battles. You have dialogue after your battles. You might stay on their friends list and grind to best. Like you are making friendships that you're not doing in GBL. It's completely different. But with the lack of tournaments now and the lack of participation because of the in-person tournaments going away, like that's like it's dwindling down, and it's really disappointing, and I'm really afraid to see this hobby that I love, this thing I'm passionate about, just disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well said. It's I think the biggest thing is the points you guys keep mentioning is other aspects of life, professional sports, eating out, like concerts, plays, lots of events are happening. People are deciding themselves whether to take on additional risks. It's your own personal decision if you're, vaccinated, or whether, you have lived with people who are more at risk or whatever. It's your own personal risk. And that's a lot of life is weighing your own personal risk for a lot of things. And to completely shut it off and not give the opportunity to try to do something the right way, or even try to organize something the right way, and maybe a small way at first, or certain regulations at first, and to just put it off because it's hard, or because it's complicated, it definitely doesn't sit well with me either. In-person events feel more competitive than online events. If I got invited to a big tourney, I'd probably do it, but I'd think about it. If I got invited into like a big in-person tourney like that mattered, like that is something that like is so exciting to me. And I know I saw Joel, like, Delta variant, all these variants, and it's true. People are dying, and that's a huge part of it. But like to completely just shut it off as not an option, and to discount like your own personal choices. And I'm from California, so I'm a very liberal person. Like I'm definitely not like a person that's like, oh, you can't tell me to get a shot. Like you can't tell me to get a shot. Like that will, I'll never have kids again. Like things like, I don't know, whatever anti-vax theories are. But I completely agree with the sentiment of like how much like Jiggly like was his mental health is I'm not saying dependent, but I don't want to say dependent, but he is like he's been waiting for this. He's been wanting for this. The community has been wanting this. And I don't want to ramble too long because I mostly just agree with you guys. Like I see the Sylph side, but I see the Sylph side as being like a challenge. I feel like it's a tough challenge to juggle this, but I feel like they gave up and they didn't even try. They didn't give it a chance. They didn't try. They didn't do the hard thing for the betterment of the community because they're afraid of maybe the repercussions of something going wrong or an error or being blamed for something. I think they didn't do the hard thing and give it a shot, and that to me is disappointing. I didn't like this is sad, but I didn't know that was the case, like where they completely cut it off for the season. But like, how long is a Silph season even? Like,
they haven't said officially. Like, to be clear,
Okay.
what happened was the message went out and it said, here are the rules basically for the new season. I click on it, and then you see kind of the general rules that they always have. And I think that they just left the same language that they've always had in there. Like, what are Silph tournaments? They're held at thousands of local whatevers, and so you get the sense that it's a thing that's done in person. So if you were a new person and you're clicking on this, you have the idea that this is a new thing. The only reason I had any doubt that it was going to be a thing was because they didn't specifically address it. If you go to the website and try and schedule a tournament, you still cannot schedule one in person, period. And so it seems to me that they have left the door open that they could change it mid-season. The problem I see with that is, unfortunately, I think that by the time that they actually were to revive it, I think that the scene is going to be dead.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And I know I like rambled a ton on just like me agreeing with you guys, but as for a competitive standpoint, like, I understand that in the past, in-person events were a competitive advantage, because if you live in Argentina and you had like a 300-person tournament, your like global ranking will be much higher, like weighted statistically, and that is an advantage. But like, that's not gonna that's not gonna be a problem. So there's no competitive advantage to being in-person tournaments. If anything, there's a competitive disadvantage, because you're gonna lag more when you're not on your like home Wi-Fi and you're in person at some random place. It's going to be worse. So I agree with all these sentiments. I know it's such a tough decision for Silph. I know this is like so hard for them. They don't want to be blamed for anything. They're an organization that, like you said, is volunteers. They don't want it to like cause something that they feel like is bigger than they can handle. And I understand that, but I do agree with a lot of the sentiment that, like, if you don't change something now, if you don't do something now, where are we going to be in 4 months? Like, yeah.
Right. I just, the part of it that gives me the most frustration, it's not the decision. It's not the fact that they left the language in. It's the fact that Silph, much like Niantic, is never transparent about these things. They didn't say, we have had a conversation and here's the decision that we've made or what we haven't done. On something this big, which I believe is literally like the definition of an existential crisis for Silph, I don't believe it will exist as a relevant entity if they don't do live tournaments sometime soon. And I understand what everybody is saying in terms of like what is important, but I mean, you can have moderating factors, you can have requirements, you can have limits on numbers, you can have a lot of things. And I frankly just don't think, from my own legal background, that anybody in their right mind would sue Silph in the way that they would sue Niantic, because one, Silph not deep pockets, two, Silph volunteer organization, three, Silph not directly responsible for the tournaments that are being held unless they're holding like the in-person megas. That's a completely different thing. I still don't think we should have the in-person megas, but like throttle it back, come up with some sort of half measures to keep the patient alive, as opposed to just like, okay, we're just done. And that is, to me, that feels like what's happened today. And like I said, this is before, like after I've already made the decision that I'm pretty much done in this role. And if that hadn't been the case, I can only imagine if I were still in the position of trying to continue trudging on and doing this, it would have been like completely soul crushing today to see that, and to just know that, like, oh, that point where I said I was going to cut it off, or I was going to cut it off and I didn't, I sure as hell wish I had. And I would feel trapped and pissed off. And instead, I'm just bewildered. I'm just like, this is the thing that I loved and the thing that I see dying, and one possible step that you could take to keep it alive. and it's just not being done, and it sucks. And I'm not lying.
Have they expressed why?
No, there's not. There's not any. What's that?
I was gonna say two things. So one thing, megas are overrated. Trust me. Just kidding. But I think Soph did have a very quick and brief discussion about this. Like based on my interactions with Soph, I'm gonna take an educated guess. This isn't fact, but it's just my personal educated guess is that they made the decision. Somebody brings it up, going like, "Hey, so we're planning this new season out. Some countries have it better than others. Some countries have it worse. Do you think we can just have the option for IRL tournaments?" No, completely out of the question. We're not doing it. No more conversation on this point. And then that was it. That's probably how the conversation went. Somebody or some people bring it up, and then it just immediately gets shut down because Sylph doesn't want to deal with anything outside of we just create metas and people can host tournaments on our servers or through our website. That's all that we want people to do. They don't let me charge $5 a head to try to come up with a tournament that can be self-sufficient as a tournament organizer. So they're just like, no, we don't want to do that, and we don't want to organize tournaments with that because we don't want to deal with the finances of that. Legally, the state laws are all different, let alone country laws. And like, no, we don't want to deal with that. It's just too much of a legal implication. Okay, well, trying to make some states and some countries to do IRL tournaments, it's just too much. No, like they don't want to look into it because it's just like if it's anything similar to the financials, forget it. And they don't want to keep themselves open, and let alone like who is in charge of Sylph and who is in charge of Arena.
Right.
Does anybody know who's in charge of the Arena?
I personally do not.
No one does. I don't even think Sylph does. Like, where's Dromes? He's not in the picture for a very good reason. It's a personal reason, from my understanding. But like, who's there to step the plate? If no one's willing to take up the mantle and pick up the reins, then what is the Arena supposed to do? Like, they have these committees where they're like, no, we're not going to do that, because like if one person signs off on it, then they have to take that sole responsibility, and no one's willing to take a bullet for this community when the community is pretty shitty to the tournament organizers, let alone the judges. So like, why would you put yourself on the line for the community? So there's nothing in it for them to do to make that decision and say yes, because it's going to be too much. So you can do what other people have been doing and just go, well, we're going to take this meta, we're going to have our own tournament on a different website and just to run the tournament so we can have IRL stuff. You can do that. It may not be the same. Instead of you having the name brand type of tournament, you can have like the Walmart version, right, or the Kmart version. So you guys, if you guys really wanted to,
great
like,
value self.
Yeah, they can't stop you from meeting up with people and playing the game in any way that you want, right? But they can exempt themselves of the responsibility of, 1,000 people meet up, right? Like if we have IRL, what are those things? Go Fest and all those type of things, and somebody decides like, hey, let's have a tournament, a PvP tournament, open Great League, anything goes. Show 6. Here's a website. Sign up. First 200 people. Like they can't stop you. So you can do stuff. It's just that to me is the conversation based on my interaction. So if someone brought it up, they said absolutely not, and then there's nothing else to be said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what went on internally, but I am now reading the things that went down in the Discord in terms of like Dr. Trotter and a few others interacting with the Sylph folks. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I've got nothing to lose. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that they did not give other people the ability to do something else. And I understand you can do something in person, but I mean, you have to have sort of that delicate line of Sylph is the thing that gives people like an air of like relevance or whatever legitimacy. It's like Sylph is the sanctioning body, if you will, and if you don't have that, you might have trouble even getting together a group of 8 people now because the community has died so much. So you need enough of an interest that you can get to that 8 to 16 people, but it's still not so much. It's not like we're at this point where like if somebody holds small local tournaments, they're going to draw hundreds of people, and you can cap that, and you can say, you know, it is up to the tournament organizers to enforce reasonable rules based on local regulations. You know, you can put stipulations, you can do whatever. And instead it's just like they are they are treating it from the same binary ignorant standpoint that the public discourse is. Like, it feels such a mirror to me of what happens in this community generally, which is the loud ignorant voices on Twitter, the loud, ignorant voices in politics, the loud, ignorant voices are the ones that get heard and that people believe. If you are on one side of this argument, full bore, all the way, I challenge you and tell you you are an ignorant, ignorant person. If you are somewhere in the middle, then maybe you've actually thought about it. Because if you've thought about it, there is so much nuance to this issue. And just saying the word pandemic does not absolve you from the need to think. Jesus. I'm sorry. That's the jiggly rant to end all jiggly rants. And I don't get into politics, but
Bingo.
I just fuck politics. Fuck politics. And this is politics in Sylph. It is not people who know what they are talking about, making a decision, informed, and doing it in a reasonable way.
I mean, it's part of the reason why I just don't care about being doing pogo related. Like, why I've, because it's just like I don't want to do it. It's gotten too complicated to do anything worthwhile in it, and it took all the fun out of it for me. So like that's why I've checked out a long time ago, and that's why like I feel like, you know, some of the stuff I'm like who cares? Don't pogo anymore. Like, it's not worth it. The squeeze isn't worth the juice, you know. You know, that's why I have more of the negative type of like perspective on it, because like I've been burned, and you know the stories and stuff. So it's just kind of like, yeah, like I don't play the game. I don't have to spend hours upon hours setting up for streams, studying metas, only to get absolutely shit on by lag. That made it like, well, I put 3 hours into the stream, 3 people are watching, and I can't even stream it because I'm having technical errors on this stupid phone. Like, it was a lot of work, and it felt like it wasn't worth it, right? And then some days it's like, you know, I put in no effort, and I just don't give a shit. I'm just like, you know, shooting from the hip, and 50 people are there for some reason. You're just like, I'm literally not putting in any effort into this. And I was like, I don't get it. There doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason. It seems very like sporadic. I'm trying to get my head around it. It's like, since I've walked away from that, I'm happier. And to me, that's why I've been kind of advocating, like, if it's not working out for you, because either you don't feel like the people have appreciated you, you don't feel like you sent out a tweet that says, hey, I'm gonna have a very like serious topic on stream this week, who wants to join? And literally no one likes it, retweets it, or comments on it. Then what the fuck are you doing it for? Right? And people are like, well, you've made an impact. Okay, well, like, then maybe you guys didn't respond in the right way through those tweets, through, you know, like and like asking chat a question or something like that. Like, maybe that's why Jiggly Dad feels a little bit of defeated, right? So I mean, like you saw, like the very first screen test where it's just a literal green screen test with a green screen, and then these two Bellsprouts, and now he's up the production quality, and it's just kind of like, we're gonna miss you. It's like, well, you should have appreciated it at the time then. Like, I'm gonna put that on this chat. I'm gonna put it onto the stream and onto the audience. You can hate me for it. I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna, like, I like to hold people accountable. You've seen me say that the community is toxic, and I've been trying to hold the community accountable for it. But it's just like, if you guys are really gonna miss it, then why didn't you fucking appreciate it at the time? Well, now you understand why you appreciate it, and it's a little bit too late. right? It sucks. It happens. Maybe chapter 2 will be better, right? Maybe it'll be like a jiggly sans, right? A renaissance of shorts. I'm hoping it works out for you. Um, but I mean, until then, like I don't cut any more slack to the Pokemon Go community. Pokemon Unite, it's still Pokemon, but I'll like, okay, that's Unite. That's something different. Pokemon, I don't know. Um, I don't know. There's like it's any other type of like Pokemon thing. Sure, I'm willing to give it a shot, right? But like stuff like this, where it's just like Pokemon Go is like I can't hold any more excuses. I can't accept any more excuses. It's on the community. I have my unique perspective. So that to me, like I advocate, yeah, walk away from Pogo, walk away from all this stuff. You'll feel better about it. Maybe it gives you the renewed strength to come back to it. And if not, then hopefully it helps you out because like your musical stuff, I love that. Your boomer stuff, that's hilarious because it's like watching. It's almost like literally watching my dad and his friend play and try to figure out technology like how conflict, they make these buttons too small, this print is too, it's just like, oh my god, like I'm watching my dad, I'm literally watching my dad, holy shit, like, and like it's like watching a train wreck, and I love every second of it, right? Because I'm just like, how, just turn to the left, just turn to, why aren't you doing this, what, like I'm screaming at the screen, but at the same time, like I can't get away from it. It's too addicting. It's too entertaining, right? So
just to be clear to the chat too, I don't want the ivermectin talk. But again, it's another case where the chat is just kind of like taking talking points from their side of the aisle and just oversimplifying a situation that is not as simple as either side is stating, and that's really not what I'm here for. Like that's the kind of culture I'm not here for. Have an informed, reasonable opinion, or actually state that you don't know something. If you don't know something and then you proceed to pontificate on it, then you're speaking from a position of ignorance no matter what. So, I mean, whether I love everybody, but like, let's keep the ivermectin talk out of chat. Not necessary.
Well, the good thing about this show is you've always welcomed different perspectives. And yeah, I mean, like for me, I do have a little bit of a different perspective on Sylph and the direction of it. First of all, I feel sad though because I know like in here are like some of the biggest like Sylph loyalists like there are. Like you've been pushing Sylph content over GBL for the longest time, and for you to like hit a breaking point just feels really bad. And I did want to I'm not saying this because I've worked with Sylph. Like I like casted the worlds and everything recently, and I enjoy working with the people that I work with. I'm happy to be there, to be honest, and I feel like grateful to be there. The thing that is frustrating from my point of view is like I feel like Sylph did a good job with PvP recently. Like I feel like the world's meta was actually really good. Like I thought that picking 8 and banning 2 and the elimination bracket that they made was actually really high level for what Pokemon Go can do.
I agree.
Totally.
And that's the frustrating part from like my point of view. It's like I'm sitting here, I'm seeing like the Sylph loyalists like so fed up. And I do like you said, you gotta have a nuanced view of everything going on and listen to both sides. And the thing is, like, I was excited. I was excited when I saw that format. I was thinking, like, hey, like Sylph is actually doing things to figure things out. And I really hope that they listen to not just the negative parts of tonight, which I get the negative parts because I understand when they don't like open up to the world like everyone else is opening it up, it's frustrating. I just really want to. I hope that Sylph hears like what's happening here. I hope that like Sylph hears the passion from the people that have like. You literally like Jiggly's literally done tournaments for. You've probably done tournaments for like 19 months straight.
Yeah.
Like you've really, really, really tried to push the Sylph content because you believed in it and you believed that it mattered. And I just hope that Sylph knows that we believe that they matter. We believe that they've done so much good work. And so now it's your turn, Sylph, to try to believe in us a little bit. Like, be open to this. Be open to the future of opening things up. The whole world is. And I hope that you just listen to the passionate people that really, really care and come to your own decision. But just please, like Jiggly said, all he's wanted to be was be able to reach people. So Sylph, listen up. Like, there's a lot of good points being said here. I'm a fan of Sylph. I'm still a fan of Sylph, and I'm not just saying that because I've worked with Sylph. I think they've done a lot of great work, but I think they can also do better. So I know Jiggly has said this time to time, but I hope you do better in the future, Sylph. So that's all I have to say.
I'm getting to be a fan of the do better language because I'm frankly just,
okay.
I'm done having nuanced conversations with idiots. So do better is the most I've got for them. And I'm not saying that to Sylph that they're idiots. I'm saying that with most conversations these days on Twitter, do better.
I think that's the thing, though. None of us are saying, we don't like Sylph, because I think the majority of us, I won't say everybody, but the majority of us on this call really feel passionately about Sylph, and we really support them, and we have for the better part of a year and a half now. I think that we just feel so passionately about Sylph, and we so miss and love what Sylph was before this community kind of took this like weird toxic turn it took when we switched to mainly an online platform versus like this small community thing and then meeting up at these big megas. We just miss that. And I think we're all ready to get back to it. And I understand that the people at Sylph in charge, whoever that may be making these decisions, are trying to be as hyper cautious as possible, and they want to make it fair for everybody and make sure it's safe for everybody. That's great. But at the same time, like, there are those of us out here who feel like we can do it safely. And we are so desperate for this thing that we care about and feel so passionately about to not end. And it's really seeming like it's ending. I don't know about you guys as local communities, if that's still a thing that you guys have, but mine is petering out. And it sucks because ARPVP was this really cool amalgamation of all of these small Arkansas communities who had come together in this just like big virtual space where we could collaborate, plan tournaments around each other, make sure we weren't overlapping so we could visit each other's. And it's dwindled down to almost the only community in this state left is ARPVP's online presence.
Right.
And when we do get back to in-person tournaments, we're probably going to have 4 rounds if we're lucky. Like, we don't have 6 small tournaments to travel to that'll be 5 rounds each. We've now got like the 20 people who are left who have stuck it out through this pandemic and who are willing to keep going. Just nobody's interested in doing these virtual battles anymore. And I feel it, like for rank too, these massive tournaments that you can get into, if you're only doing these 7-round tournaments, like your rank is going to take such a boost if you're just battling, the best of the best of these big tournaments. If you're not doing your little local tournaments anymore, like what's that doing for the playing field? It's making it so, the best battlers stay the best battlers, and nobody in our small local community is getting the little push that they would have gotten in season 1 or season 2. Like, we're not seeing small local people make it to, worlds anymore. We're seeing, the same 100 big names that we see every month on top of the leaderboards. And that's great for them. They're awesome battlers and they deserve it. But the best part about Sylph was watching your friends just like crush it. Like, you want to root for your friends that are local and who are really killing it. And we've lost that. We can't do that anymore because, now local Joe isn't beating, the big name people who are top 12 on the leaderboard, and it sucks.
Right.
So.
So the video that I'm gonna play after this, at one point I had some additional segments to it, and one of them was specifically directed to Sylph, and that's no longer in the video. But what I will say is that in order to remain relevant, in order to be what you need to have any place in this community whatsoever, you need to reinvent yourself as something that actually values like local grassroots organizations and lets people rise up and have different kinds of tournaments that involve social structures instead of just remote PvP servers. I know that we all clamored for these big remote tournaments when we first got them, and we were just like, oh yeah, now we can finally have them because Niantic let us. But like the reality is that what we have right now is a complete Frankenstein's monster that's nothing like what we originally had. And I'm not saying better or worse, but I'm saying that without the local element of Sylph, where you've got like, group of whatever you want to say, 8 to 20, 30 some people, and everybody knows that 1, 2, 3 of them are the best and they're kind of battling it out. A lot of them are there for social purposes, but they would never ever engage in a huge online tournament because it's not worth their time, because they know they're not competitive, but they're willing to go and hang out with their friends and have a good time, and already knowing that they're not going to be the one that wins, but they're going to be part of this structure that feeds into a bigger structure where they can root for their friends who compete in this bigger structure. But what we have now is just a bunch of people who just play as many of the big tournaments as they can. And if they even saw a local tournament, unless it was like one of a limited few who are willing to tank their rank, they would just turn up their nose at it because they know that would not feed the algo. And
Right.
so no matter what Sylph does, even if it's not in person, even if somehow they just were like, the local matters, like region matters. They don't even acknowledge region when it comes to factions. And I'm kind of fed up on that as well, because I tried to say something to them and I got like a freaking all the meaningful response I've given to anybody in this community, I get the most trite nonsense response. Thank you for your input. We'll take it into consideration. Same response I got from another certain person that we won't mention. So it's like, I'm out here putting my opinion, putting conversations on the line every week. And when I send you an opinion on a rare occasion that's thought out and passionate, and the best you can do is tell me you'll think about it and consider it, and nothing changes, how is a person like me who's a fan of what you do supposed to continue to be a fan when you don't even like give a glimpse into the black box that is your decision-making process? You just tell us all how it is from on high. It's crazy. Sorry. It's crazy because this game has been so good for my health, but honestly, if anything's going to feed my high blood pressure, it's this last hour and me thinking about the way that I'm interacting with Sylph and people. It's crazy.
It needs to be said, though. Like, it needs to be said. And I think that we all stand on the same page. We really care about Sylph and what it's done for us as people in the past few years. And all we want is for it to continue going in that direction. And right now it's not. Like right now, if you look on Twitter and you look on, your local Discords, I'm willing to bet the majority of people are saying things like, I haven't looked into the meta yet, or, oh, I don't really know how invested I'm going to be this season. And it sucks because this was the thing that I cared about most outside of my family. Like, this was my hobby, my main thing, like the thing I sunk the majority of my free time into. And it's becoming this thing that everyone's kind of blasé about. And that's not what I want. Like, I want it to be this hobby of mine that thrives and that I enjoy and that my friends enjoy. And right now it's this thing that kind of stresses everybody out, and everyone's kind of like on the fence about competing because what's the point? I don't want that for this.
Agreed.
Well, I'm gonna probably have to go now.
Okay.
It's midnight my time, and I have to get up in like 4 hours. But Thank you for everything, Jiggly Dad. This isn't the end of Jiggly Dad, but it's the end of the Bellsprouts and the Pogo stuff. But very proud of you for taking this leap. I'm very, very glad that you got to, uh, like you're challenging yourself on this thing. You know, you're like you could probably just stay with it and die a little every day inside, or you can like just say, like I'm gonna give this a shot and venture out into this new territory, which like that to me is like the more important than anything else, because like I said, like whatever brings you closure, whatever makes you happy, and if it's not this thing anymore and it's something else, cool. And it's just like I really think that like as we've seen people leave, um and like some of the content creators who have left, like Hero Vange, like if you look at him, and his journey and stuff, and you can draw some parallels to how your content creation with Pogo has gone. Like you're getting out alive, right, with your sanity. You're not completely beaten and broken, and I think that means that it's going to be much better for you in the long run. And that's all I really care about, is like Jiggly Dad the person, and the rest will fall into place. So I'm excited about to see your next journey. Be it the boomers on Saturday, that drives me absolutely crazy, but I absolutely love it. And then whatever new stuff, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have some like um, weekly meetups with the Bellsprouts, maybe even with like a special guest of just like Discord chats and stuff. Um, but the music stuff, I'm still practicing on my guitar to make the parody things. Um, Hell, I might even like buy another guitar or something like that. I don't know.
Hype.
But like I'm excited about the next steps for Jiggly Dad. I'm excited about the next steps for Scientist E, because he's graduated. He's a big boy now. He's even got the big boy facial hair. So that's Pog. And then Alyssa, I want to hear
I'm
all of
just
your
here.
raccoon and baker stories. And then
That's what it's going to come to. I'm going to come down to making raccoon cookies on stream. That's how I'm going to fill my social interaction needs.
And then still praying and hoping that your boys grow up to be just halfway as decent as Ethan.
I'm trying.
Then
It's not going so well, just so you know.
and like Butters, like just crushing it with Twitch, like leaderboards, Twitch, like he's doing great, better than his Golden State Warriors. But I mean,
Whoa! We're back this year. We're back, man. Except for Wiggins, we'll get vaccinated, but otherwise we're back.
But good night, everyone. Good night, and hopefully you guys do an outro with closing time.
Good night, man.
I don't
Good
have
night.
it in the queue. Thanks, Max. It's been great. I really appreciate your words, and I appreciate knowing that they're real and genuine.
Yeah, for sure. And anyone else who doesn't like it can go get fucked. Okay, bye.
Oh,
Words to live by.
Indeed.
It's my
Good.
favorite line.
Lord.
I haven't even said it on stream in a while because I've been a very good girl. But I'm pretty sure I said it in our like Bellsprouts chat earlier today. I told somebody to get fucked. I don't remember who it was, but I told somebody.
Oh man, I'm still merging toward be better. I don't know. I mean, get fucked is sometimes in the back of my mind, but be better is still where I prefer to live. Oh man.
Sometimes it's more fun to tell somebody to get promptly fucked in every conceivable way than it is to say, "Can you just be better?"
Yeah.
Like there's situations that require one or the other, but sometimes you just have to go for the expletives. I'm sorry, Ethan.
Oh, it's fine.
Nothing.
Did we interrupt something, Ethan?
No, it's fine.
It wouldn't be a Bellsprout stream if we didn't catch Ethan by surprise.
No. Yeah.
Ethan would never say that.
I I just don't say bad language, but
we
all the time. All the time.
we don't have it recorded, but we know your secrets.
Man, I wish.
My friends know worse, so that's what I'll say.
We definitely say worse, but you said it. You said a thing once,
School,
and it was great.
School does things to me. That's all I'll say. if I don't get a certain thing on a test, I'll freak out. But
would you venture so far as to call your professor an asshole?
No
or is
comment.
that reserved for special individuals?
No
Oh,
comment.
jeez.
No comment.
I didn't say who he called that, and I won't.
All my professors have been wonderful individuals, unless they give me tests that I'm not prepared for.
Hearing you say asshole was like the highlight of my week. And I had a pretty eventful week.
No, I can't say. I won't say words forbidden. So sorry, guys. But because then it'll be clipped.
It would be clipped. Someone would send it to your mom.
Someone sent it to my mom. It would be like on streams for some reason, like getting reviewed. I don't know.
You could make that Jiggly's, like when anyone subs, that can be the noise that plays. You saying "get fucked."
Yep.
Right.
That would be
That would never happen.
That would be Jiggly trying my best to pander to the folks we've talked about. Does anybody have anything that do you think there's anything worth discussing in terms about the lunar meta or about the game in general? We have things coming up. We've got all the stuff in the outline. Do you want to discuss that stuff, or do you want to bypass and such? I'm fine with either way, but I know that we've got a lot of people here. We've got Butters hanging out, and you know, for some people the game stuff probably really feels good to talk about. For others it doesn't. I can take it or leave it, but I want to leave it out there. What do you want to talk about the game stuff, Alyssa? Do you have thoughts on Lunar?
Would you be shocked if I said that I have not even looked at the rankings for that meta yet?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know who I am anymore, but haven't even looked.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was like I don't know. I'm just not. Any other season aside from season 1, before I really like got into playing this game, I'd be day the meta was announced, I'd probably have my team built, and I probably would have already been practicing. But
right.
I don't know. It's just not. I don't feel it right now. It's not in my heart. I'll look at it. I'll still do a tournament or two. I'll do our lobby and AR PvP. I'll probably do our server wide. Maybe I'll do the girls the PvP one. But outside of that, like I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it's a thing this season that I really feel like investing myself into. If in-persons come back, I would completely change my mind. I would try to be the best that there ever was and try to be decent enough to show up at some in-person tournaments. But as of right now, like if the best this game can give me is some rank that doesn't really matter, where I can't socialize with people, then what's the point? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a tangible thing.
I feel like the sort of objective measure of what Butters said in more emotional terms of it being sad that the true supporters are feeling this way is like if you checked my pulse rate when I looked at the PV poke ratings for Lunar Cup or saw that it was announced, it probably didn't move. The most excitement I got out of Lunar Cup was watching PvP Steve's little reveal video, and that part I enjoyed.
Yeah, that was really sweet.
But like
I like that.
In any previous years, it's like literally that would get the heart racing. I'd be like, I got to see what Kakuna's doing. Do I agree with this? Do I disagree with that? I got to try scrimming with this. I got to do that. And like, it just ain't there. And that's like the most objective thing that I can say, which is like the reason why I can't be invested in this anymore. And it's just like, it's just not
totally
there.
Like this time last season, AR PvP would have already had a practice tournament for our lobby. Like we would have already announced dates for our server wide, our lobby tournament. Like, but now I'm just kind of like, we'll do it if we do it. I don't know.
Well,
okay, you got to go. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Okay. I was just gonna say, and that's why, like, I hate to put this damper on it, but like that's why GBLs become so popular, because what else are people supposed to do with their time? Besides, like, you know, staring at Sylph hopelessly, like hoping for something to happen, but then nothing happens, and then they're like, okay, well, there's this button here called battle on my phone. Maybe I can do something here. And then yeah, so that's what happens. And it's sadly like that's like sadly or not sadly, because like honestly, it still keeps the game alive. So at least from that perspective, it's good.
Yeah.
Because the game would be completely dead if there was no GBL and Sylph had just petered out.
Like, it really would be.
The game, like I would still be playing the game because I'm a psychopath that is both a collector and a battler. Like I enjoy collecting things and I enjoy battling. Like I would still play, but I would probably play a lot less. Like the main reason I play right now is because of you guys here, everyone in chat, and especially the people locally that play with me. Like those are the people that really make it matter. And when those people go away, then that interest will go away. So yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Butters.
No, the funny thing is, like, it feels so classic between the two Bellsprouts. Like, even when I was on in the beginning, and so when I'm on now, like, I don't mean to disagree. Like, I don't mean to have different opinions, but like, honestly, like, this is the first time in a long time I was like, oh, maybe I should check out Sylph. Maybe I should start playing Sylph again, because like I stopped playing Sylph after season 1 Continentals. I was proud of like getting that far, and I felt like I did well in Continentals, but then I was just burnt out by Sylph. Like it was all online, even back then. That was season 1.
Towards the end of season 1, yeah,
it was season 1 Continentals was online. Like I played it at my desk. So like, yeah, that's season 1. So even back then, I was like, okay, like I personally struggle with online tournaments because I don't know. I like the competitiveness of being at a tournament, being in the moment, and online tournaments are so weird emotionally. So any top player like Doombug, who's been so good, won worlds, like to get your adrenaline spike to play like 3 games or 4 games, 5 games, like, and then like rest for like 45 minutes and just try to cool down again, and then adrenaline spike and then rest, and then adrenaline spike and rest for like 7 hours or 5 hours, however long regionals continentals take.
Yeah,
it's damn hard.
It's
like
crazy.
It's different in person. Like you're not resting that much. Like you play your sets and it's pretty much the next round, unless there's someone like really having lag problems. So it's a different level, and I was struggling. But like honestly, like I just accepted like an offer to play like on a factions team. So I'm gonna be playing like factions now. I was thinking maybe I've never played factions before, and
That's
I was
so exciting.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm gonna play factions, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll look into Sylph. It maybe has something to do with like I've already like this isn't like a humble brag. Like I've hit legend, and like most people care about legend climb on Twitch. So like I don't have content. So like
you did it too early. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So I'm like, oh, what else am I gonna do? Like it's not that I don't have content. It's like, what do I strive for too?
Right.
Like if the ultimate goal is like hitting legend, like what am I gonna do? Like I was like, oh, maybe I should go back into Sylph and like try to compete, try to see if I can like play well or enjoy it. Mostly try to enjoy like the process. So I was thinking about it because I know Tho, like he does it like every Friday. I always see like he always does like a flash tournament or something, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like he's still doing it. Like he's still doing this stuff. So I'm like, oh, this is the season that maybe I'm gonna check it out again. And then I know the general pulse in here is definitely not of the same, not the same as me. But if I don't know anything about the current meta, I saw that shadows were banned, and I was sad about that. But then I was educated that like shadows were not always banned in season 2. Like sometimes you could run them. I would prefer that if they think a certain shadow is a problem, you ban that shadow. I really don't like umbrella bans on shadows because it personally like limits my gameplay and what I enjoy. But I'm still interested in checking out this meta, and I'd still be interested in trying to have fun with it. I really want to try to like compete with Sylph and have fun with it, and we'll see where that goes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, for all of the frustration I'm letting loose tonight, I mean, Factions is, in my mind, the best format going. It's not perfect, it has flaws, but it is the best format going, and mostly because it is the one format that currently exists that allows you to like socialize and commiserate with teammates in a way, even if it is online, but you actually have like a common purpose instead of just all of this individualism and toxicity and skepticism about people. It's just like the whole approach that we've tried to take as Swellsprouts to the extent possible has always just been like, we're in this to have fun. Like, we like to battle, but like at the end of the day, it ain't worth the fuss if y'all are going to be like so difficult about something. Like, it is not worth the heartache in this game. And that's why it can be frustrating at times, but you can have fun battling this in this game if the people on both sides of the coin are like-minded and considering it that way. And so one thing I know I say in the closing video, there was a question from Joel in the chat, is Jiggly done with Sylph? And obviously the question is are Swellsprouts a thing? Like in the video, I think I say I don't know, but that was not my intention. I've made it very clear to my Swellsprouts that like these people are my people, and honestly, the way that it has come together could not be like probably a more me group of people that could possibly assemble together. The only one that I really don't know well is our Master League specialist that Alyssa pulled in this last time, but seems like just also an excellent
He just doesn't
dude.
talk to anybody.
Right, no, right. I'm saying I'm not gonna. I'm not phony to a fault. Like, I'm not gonna say I know the guy very well, but like he's still my kind of people as far as
What's
a Master
cool about
League
him,
person can be my kind of people.
Is that like our Master League specialist will not use a phone rocker, will
Right.
not use a gotcha, will not defit,
Exactly.
will raid for his XL candies and actually walk on his own feet to get these things like that he needs for his team. And he is such a badass. Like, I don't understand how where does he get the money for these raids? Like, I want to know that, first of all, because we live in Arkansas. This is not like a Arkansas state. Like, what is he doing for a living? Secondly, like, he's killing it. Like, he's up there getting legend every single season in GBL, and he's not taking any of the shortcuts that a lot of the other people that are, doing Master League as their, main source of rank increase are doing. And I respect that. Like, I don't care how you play the game. Play the game however you want to play the game.
Right.
But he is doing it in like true Swellsprout fashion, just kicking ass and taking names and doing it completely legitimately. So if you don't know who he is, his name is Talking Mimes. He's killing it. He lives in Arkansas. He's total badass. Somehow catches like 6 shinies a day sitting at his desk, and it's really aggravating. But super good human, good person, awesome battler, kicks ass in every single league. He'd be great anywhere on our team.
Right.
Short spiel. Jiggly Dad might not know him that well, and I don't really either, but like I know him ish, and I think he's awesome. So carry on.
No, so the short answer to the Factions thing is that definitely Swellsprouts is an ongoing endeavor. I'm probably going to slide myself into the alternate role for the foreseeable future, unless the spirit moves me, if you will. For Sylph participation on a individual level, the pulse still hasn't moved. I'm not going to make decisions or declarations that I don't know. I say what I know, and I stay quiet on what I don't know. And the truth is that I don't know the answer, whether I'll play a tournament this month, next month, whether I'll run a tournament, whether something will inspire me to run. I don't think the one thing I think I can say I'm not going to do is run a day one lunar on stream, which would be what I would normally do. Like, that's the one thing I will say. But everything else beyond that is just like, I want this product to be good. I want this product to inspire me. I want this product to be something I can put my energy into and not be wasting my time. But until I see that and feel that and can get like some sense of reciprocity from Sylph, where like the effort I'm putting in is being paid back in a way that it used to, then I probably won't be. It's still leagues above anything else, but and factions well above individual, but it doesn't move the needle for me. Whether I can figure out a way to make it interesting to me, I don't know. But so Swellsprouts, yes. Jiggly, who the hell knows? Ask me at another time on the Magic 8 Ball. Yeah, and I do want to say, again, amidst all of like the negative and frustration kind of comments that are coming out of me tonight, that I do want to like call out some of the people who did raid in here and who are here, that really are the people that speak to me as the community that I know and the community that I value. On the nerdy cares way too much about IVs and PV poke sims and will talk on levels that I can't even understand. Wild Susan Boyle will always be a robot legend. And no matter the fact that he sometimes is devoid of emotion, I love the guy. And HM London, good Lord, man, when I brought you on stream the one time and you literally took a topic that was so difficult for me to approach, like, I don't think there's ever been a topic that I felt more like I could step on a third rail, and you made it like the most comfortable and honest discussion that I have ever had on the subject. And you honestly, like, when I step in your streams, which again, I don't do GBL streams anymore, but if I GBL stream, London has the same, literally probably half the time, the same soundtrack that I used to have when I used to do things. I mean, he does the chill thing, and we all know everybody gets mad at the game occasionally, but even when he does it, like, somehow it manages to not piss me off. So London, you are a man amongst men. You are a gentleman, and I love what you do within the microcosm that is GBL. I can hate GBL, but you are my guy, and thank you for being here, and thank you for consistently showing me support, and thank you for being my guest so long ago and tackling that subject with me, and love you, man. Is there anything else that anybody thinks we should address before I just cue the tape? Because I'm just like, I feel like I could just do this all night, and I don't know.
Probably don't read London or Shagness's messages if you don't want to cry. Just stop watching chat.
I mean, I'm not opposed to crying. I just don't want the crying to interrupt the important things that I feel like I have to say, if that makes sense.
I'm really proud of us. Everyone's held it together. We're killing it. It's only because I had wine. I would have been like ugly crying, like I have been every single day for the past 6 days. But we're not talking about that.
I just got up and like bawled my eyes out. So yeah, like, I don't know.
Nobody knew until you told them.
Yeah.
I knew.
You must have put makeup on too. I actually skipped the makeup today. I think it's because I have the bigger, wider camera angle. I can get away without the makeup.
Maybe Ethan just has like that good skin tone that doesn't turn you red and splotchy for like a year after you cry. That's not me. I'm swollen for like 3 days if I cry. And we don't need to do that. Like, it's gross. I'll wake up the next morning and you'd be like, who punched you in the face?
I think it's the skin. I think it's the skin tone that comes with not going outside.
with going outside with a parasol.
Yeah.
Little umbrella.
That's the yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. Thank you all. I love you all. Um, Literally, nothing could bring me more peace than being on the screen with the three of y'all, to bring everything full circle, to make everything right. And nothing ripped me up in the world more than the fact that you and I weren't on good terms for a while, Butters. And I'm sorry that that was what it was, wherever that came from. I don't even care what that was all about anymore. I just know that I love you, man. And even if I'm not there in your stream watching you do GBLs, like, I support everything that you do, and I wish you nothing but success. And I thank you for being willing to do something with me back in the day when you really could have easily just been like, let me find somebody who's a little bit more put together and can actually battle a little bit better. But it meant a lot to me then. It means a ton to me now. And thank you for being just a true, genuine dude. And to you two, like, you ain't getting rid of me. And like, I'm gonna be a pain in the ass, and I'm gonna find a way to make something work and to make you guys come on stream with me. I don't know how often it's gonna be. I don't know how easy it's gonna be. But Alyssa, you are gonna get yourself a damn HD outdoor camera for your raccoons, and we are gonna share that with the world. And Ethan, like, if there's one thing that your mom and I agree on, is that we're gonna figure out how you are going to share your amazing heart and brain with the rest of this world and not spend so much time on this game before we, share exactly what amazing things Ethan does in the world, because this kid is just like, he has the heart and mind combo. I've never, I don't, they just don't come along that often. You're not usually that smart, that sweet, that humble, and the amount of amazing that you're gonna unleash on the world, you don't even know. Just trust that you've got more than just hanging out on this stream and playing this game. You've got so much more going on, kid, and you just don't even know it yet. So I love you guys all for taking part in this. And now I need to vamp for just about 10 seconds before I make sure that I don't put myself on screen upside down, like I did Caleb. And please understand that this video is me doing my best job, my quote best terrible job of editing. And I had a lot of ums that were removed. I really wanted to deliver this straight. I wanted to deliver this and not edit anything, but that was not reasonable. I think I edited out all the things that I rethought, but there was some rambling. So buckle in.
Wait. Before you start, I just want to say real quick, love you too, Jiggly. And I know that you said you wanted to build an audience, but you built a family. So I hope you're proud of the family you built, and take it away.
Thank you. Hey guys, changed the setup here, gave myself a little bit more room. I do have notes. We'll see how long I stick to them. I wanted to be able to talk to you all with a little bit more freedom and not feeling so claustrophobic as just my head on a screen. So as I'm sure I've said throughout the stream, I feel like I had to do it this way because I've got a lot of stuff I want to say, and I want to go out ideally without tears. I'm sure that as this is airing, I am completely beside myself, and my Bellsprouts probably are too. That's not what I want. I want to be able to convey the thoughts and ideas that I have to my community, to the wider Pokemon Go community, and to anyone else who may be watching who can benefit from this. As you know, this is the last episode of Between Two Bellsprouts for now. I'm not making any grand declarations. I am making the best decision for me right now, given the information that I have and the place that I'm at in life. We all know this game has had a lot of issues over the years. We have all had our hopes about exactly what it would become, what improvements might be made. If I'm being honest, probably the biggest questions I've had is what is Niantic going to do to screw this up? And I really was kind of hoping that the day would never come that I felt like the game had just completely lost all hope. I don't want to be the person to say that I can decide for the rest of you whether this game is worth playing. I don't want to be the person here to make any decisions for you, but to the extent that you can relate to the thoughts that I'm having, to the position that I'm in, I really hope that I can inspire at least some of you to reevaluate a lot of things about your life the way that I have about my life, and take an approach that at least give yourself a chance to think about whether playing this game, approaching this game the way we do, playing this game every day, playing GBL sets, being deeply invested in this community is the healthiest thing for you. I have come to the determination that at least investing the amount of time and energy and focus that I do on this game is not worth it for me. And that is the case for a lot of reasons. While my reasons are my own, I'm guessing that a lot of you can relate to the things that I will be talking about. And so I feel like I'm going to give voice to some of the things that people either don't like to say or they like to dance around the edges of. The very first thing that I want to say to my community is thank you. Thank you for being on this journey with me. From the bottom of my heart, you have given me something that I never knew I could have. Having the confidence to be myself in front of the camera, talk to you on a weekly basis, and have people come back week after week who can relate to what I do, who engage with what I do, who appreciate me for what I do, and not just for whether I'm good at a game or anything like that. I really, really appreciate everyone who did accept me on my terms for who I am and the way that I am. You knew when you came to a Jiggly stream, whether you liked it or not, that this was different. This is not what anybody else is doing. What matters to me is that the people who are in my community, the people that interact with me, are the people that I care about. They are authentic people. They come back, and they come back for me. They don't come back just for what I'm streaming. People throughout the community collaborated with me. Without Butters, without Ethan, without Alyssa, I could not have done Bellsprouts. Without the community consistently coming on my show and agreeing to be guests when they were the news or when they were the focus of the community, with very few exceptions, people were always willing to come on when the subjects were happy and even when the subjects were not so happy. For that, especially at the beginning when nobody knew who the hell I was, I want to thank everybody for putting your trust in me, for being willing to come on camera with me, for realizing that I don't have an agenda here that I'm driving except for a community-driven agenda. I am simply trying to do what is best for this community, this game, and the people that I love. I started doing this because I thought it was going to be a way to bring some interactivity to more of my local community when it came to some of the tournaments that we were doing. And even though I strayed far from that idea, I found a community that was even broader, that welcomed me in so many ways and made me feel a part of it. And for that, I am forever grateful. I want to thank people who showed up in hard times when the streams were downbeat, when I was in bad places, when you came to the stream and you lifted me up and didn't tear me down. My chat has always been a very supportive, excellent place, and I thank you all for not being as base and degenerate as a lot of Twitch culture, including our own community, can be. I can't sit here and endure a negative vibe from you. So I really appreciate that people tend to leave those things at the door. And I encourage you to do that everywhere that you go. I want to thank each and every one of you who supported me singing. I come from a very musical family. We have just so many talented musicians in my family, and I have frankly been extremely intimidated for my entire life to pursue music because I didn't think that I was good enough, because I didn't think that I could measure up, and I just had an overwhelming fear of ever even considering doing that. So when people encouraged me in genuine ways that they enjoyed hearing me sing, when Twitch Sings became a thing and people came and sang with me, you just don't know how much joy that's brought to my life. While the loss of Twitch Sings was truly a painful one for me and so many others, the journey that I went on from Twitch Sings and thereafter has been one of rediscovering my connection with music, which I just believe to be the universal language of people. Because of you guys, I am taking the leap of taking all of my energy and focusing it on being someone who is capable of creating music, whether that is me singing, whether that is me producing, whether that is me playing. It is something that I have determined requires all or most of my focus outside of just ordinary family duty time. I cannot try to do what I need to do and continue to engage with the community here in the same way that I have and be successful at that. That was a hard truth for me to swallow, but it has been something that I've had to accept. Why now? I just feel like absolutely every single sign is pointing in the same direction for me. I don't want to make this about anyone else, even though I hope you are listening with open hearts and minds, because I do believe there are people out there who can benefit from what I'm saying and apply it to yourselves. This game is so broken and has been so broken for so long and is unreliable and broken in unreliable ways that just I cannot pin my hopes and fears on every day. I can't open up the game, whether it is GBL and all I'm trying to do is gain some resources or get through my sets or just have some fun, or especially when it's factions and I'm trying to compete in a team setting and I'm trying not to let people down. I can't open this game and rely on this game that it is going to provide me with an experience that I will enjoy. While I appreciate that entities like Sylph give us the possibility of battling in an atmosphere where problems with the game can be reviewed. I think we all know that that system is imperfect at best. When there are this many glitches, this many problems, people get into conflict way too much. And I am not in this game for conflict. I am in this game to have fun. My trust in Niantic is at an all-time low. I know that they released their statement. They've been making some improvements in their communications, and they did give people back the spin distance, which, while I welcome it and at this point appreciate it, is not my focus. Is this game a game that can motivate me to play in a way that is good? I have said so many times from the beginning and up until now that the reason I play Pokemon Go is because this game is different. And recently I have been saying this game was different. And I really sadly believe that. I believe that through COVID, through the changes that were made, through the community that was built primarily online and not in real life, and through the greed of Niantic, this game has deteriorated to the point where it actively encourages people to engage in so many unhealthy and negative behaviors and does not encourage the positive behaviors that it once encouraged. Personally, I was looking for a picture before and I couldn't find one that was actually of the time frame that I would like to reflect, so I'm just foregoing it. Needless to say, when this game came out in 2016, I was an extremely overweight person. At my best, I had lost 60 pounds from day one of this game, and I did so in a very healthy and consistent way, and this game helped me to get there. This game helped me to get to the place where I am right now, where I am not ashamed, embarrassed to be in front of the camera. That's not to say anyone who is overweight should be ashamed to be in front of the camera, but that was my burden to bear. One of the reasons there's probably no pictures of me from that time is because I was extremely camera shy and I did not want there to be pictures of me because I was embarrassed of who I was. I am no longer embarrassed of who I am. I am proud of who I am. I am proud to be a member of this community, and I really miss all of the real in-world connections that I think we all miss at this point. The problem is that I dove all into this game under the circumstances that it was extremely, extremely good for me, and I was able to make it work in my life. I believe now that this game is not good for me, at least in the way that I approaching it as seriously and more importantly, giving so much focus to this game. I don't believe that this game truly encourages exercise and outdoor activity in the way that it used to. While it is still the thing that I do when I go out presently, I really don't think it's going to have the same pull to get me outside when the weather is bad, when things are dark outside, when it's not really walking weather. It doesn't have that reward system in place. They actively reward things that are based on spending money. They actively reward things that are based on exploiting the game in terms of defitting, phone rocking, and, to some limited extent, still spoofing, scanning, all of those things. I don't do any of those things. I will never do any of those things. Their complete normalization within our community has ruined it. It has ruined any integrity in competitions from GBL to Sylph. We all know that there are plenty of people that are just active defitters that are out there, and they can essentially just have whatever they want, and they work within no constraints. They're not playing the same game as the rest of us, and that frankly just makes the game not interesting. I don't value their achievements, but it's clear that they don't value a fair competition. They need to be fair. They need to be fair in order to be enjoyable. They need to be fair in order for there to be any community built upon which we can have any sort of actual prestige, actual prize money that is truly substantial. All of these things are built upon the idea that we have a fundamentally trustworthy and interesting system. If all it is people playing a broken mobile game, and the people who excel at the game are the ones who are willing to take the most shortcuts and willing to waste the most time practicing the broken mechanics of this game, I personally feel that we are all wasting our time. I did not feel that way when we had a game that was purely community driven and we were having fun and we weren't all driven to do nauseating numbers of GBL sets all the time just to get Stardust. Large reason number 2 is the community that exists on Twitch, on Twitter, and that is kind of the epicenter of this game is a community that I find revolting. And I apologize if you feel that this describes you. If you feel like this describes you and you're hurt by the fact that I find what you do appalling, do some self-reflection. I would imagine that most of you are not actually offended. To the people who are engaged in, I guess they call themselves the Papega community. I personally don't use that word generally, but I'm not going to dance around it here because I think it's important for sake of clarity to say what we are talking about. There's nothing positive, there's nothing good, there's nothing important, there's nothing of value that comes from that culture. That culture is rooted in 4chan, which is literally the most nihilistic and disgusting part of the internet. If you enjoy that part of the internet and that is where you find your joy, I'm sorry, but I don't relate to you. I hope that you find something else in your life that fills that void, that actually gives you satisfaction, as opposed to just continually memeing and engaging in empty conversations and copy pasta TTS. I think that the fact that some of the biggest figures in our community are either in that vein or support that part of our community is really unfortunate. And I believe that anyone of good integrity should stand up and just not be part of that. Just don't show up. If you're appalled by something, you don't necessarily have to say it like I am, but just step away from it. Do not support it. I think we all know who I'm talking about. These people are not of us. If you enjoy that kind of entertainment, go enjoy it, but just leave the Pokemon Go community and find something else to do with your time, because there are plenty of toxic games, and I personally didn't want you here, and I know a lot of other people don't want you here. A meme in and of itself is not the most reprehensible thing to do, but if that is your best method of communication, then I feel sorry for you. You need to have standards in your community in order to have a community that means anything. I don't think we have those, and I think that it's a pretty clear cause and effect here. I've been preaching this for some time in tangential ways. I've been saying from the beginning, streaming GBL sets is not content. Coaching GBL sets is not content. Even though I have a lot of people that I respect that do GBL coaching streams. If you're going to collaborate with somebody, collaborate with somebody. Find people that you vibe with. Find people that you relate to. Find people that are your people and put something of value together. Do not just put yourself out there because you feel like you have to stream in order to be part of this community. I know that was a natural instinct that a lot of people had over COVID. I don't think that it has been a healthy thing for a large number of people, and I continue to believe that. I don't think streaming is inherently a particularly beneficial activity to people. It happens to be something that brings me joy when people are connecting with it, but it also has a dark side. And when you're not really creating content and you're just doing GBL streams, you are both tethering your content and your mindset to the state of this game, and you are also taking eyeballs away from people who are putting serious amounts of time, energy, effort, collaboration into something that we are trying to do for the community. I believe it is a very bizarre culture that we have created here, where we have essentially encouraged anyone who is good at battling to stream. I just don't think that the two things are one and the same. I understand that Twitch is a place that is primarily for streaming games, but frankly, the barrier to entry of streaming this game is extremely low. And just because you can turn on the stream doesn't mean that you are putting out something that is of value to the community. I personally believe that it is more important to build community than it is for 100 different people to stream. Beyond just the culture itself, which, as I've said, has its roots in 4chan, and obviously that percolated up through the early days of Twitch and Justin TV. Just because it is the culture of a large chunk of Twitch, I don't think any of us should ever substitute the idea that this culture is our culture or should be our culture simply because it's normal on Twitch. Frankly, that is the most embarrassing baseline I could hear anybody establish. When somebody says that, it basically says that their frame of reference for the world is Twitch. Their frame of reference for the world is not the real world. It's not real world interactions. It's not their family. It's not the values that they grew up with. It is what they learned on Twitch or in 4chan. If you've grown up in polite society, if you've grown up anywhere outside of 4chan or Twitch or the darker sides of the internet, you know that there are societal norms. There's something called respect. You respect one another. It is not beneficial to cut one another down, regardless of whether you are doing so in jest, regardless of whether you are doing so in an emote or a meme or spamming chat. None of it is beneficial to you in the long term. None of it is beneficial to the person on the receiving end. And the idea that just spamming nonsense into a Twitch chat, regardless of what is going on there, is acceptable, I believe is embarrassing. What I saw in the Sylph Arena Worlds broadcast, I found to be repulsive, appalling, and completely detracted from the experience itself. I understand that the people in question were mad. I understand that their natural reaction, as has been described to me, is that if you try to stop us, we are just going to try harder. It is for that exact reason that I believe that those people are just not my people. And I don't believe that those people should be the kind of people that Sylph is reaching out to. I don't believe it's the kind of people that any of us should seek to be or should appeal to. I'm not going to hesitate to establish different norms here, whether I'm playing Pokemon or not, because despite what you like to think, Twitch does not set the norms for society. Twitch does not set the norms even for what is on its own platform. If you go on other genres of streaming that are not just pogo or typical toxic video game culture streams, you will actually find that there are other kinds of cultures that exist in the thing I love, music streams, in just more professional streams, in people that take themselves seriously and are not just there to be a sideshow. Do not let the alleged culture of Twitch be an excuse to you to persist in your destructive and ugly behavior. And if you've engaged in it before, just reconsider it and try to be a decent person to your fellow human. And if you've engaged with it on the fringes, it doesn't make you a bad person. You know, we've all done things that we're not proud of, but don't engage in it. Don't use the word. If somebody is rocking their phone, tune out. But now we've got people who swing their phone on stream. We've got people who brag about defitting on stream. We've got people who insult each other on stream. We've got people who don't respect each other on stream. We've got people who don't respect the community on stream. And it is not worth engaging in. Shut it off. I'm not saying in terms of cancel culture. I'm not saying they should be taken off Twitter, taken off Twitch, any of that. I'm saying that we as a community need to take control and say that we do not support this just because it's what we're being served. Just skip out on it and do so actively. Support the people who do the things that are constructive, that are helpful, that are positive. Do those things. There are so many people out there creating, and even though I've said that I don't think everybody should be streaming, there are plenty of people out there who are streaming and doing it in a positive way, and there are plenty of people out there streaming who really are bringing value to the table. Support those people. Do not support the garbage that we are being fed. Do not do it just because somebody makes you laugh. All you are doing is feeding the beast, and if you're doing that, you are making yourself part of the problem. Because this game is so broken and the XL system is so broken and the cheating has been so normalized by the most toxic people in our community and even some of the people who might not have been described in that way, I just don't think that there's anything to revel in this game. I'm sure I've mentioned this in the course of the stream by now, but there are very few accomplishments out there that one sees, short of somebody like my friend Butters, who is able to make it to legend with, you know, true creativity without just completely gaming the system and treating it as a joke. For that, I tip my cap. I won't really take it off because we all know that Jiggly's hair is a mess. But the vast majority of the people who approach the game in a way that involves just grinding for rank, you know, leaderboard climbing, chasing, all that, it's really an empty endeavor. And I just don't think it's something that we as a community should endorse. I am also making these decisions because I am trying to model for other people what I believe are the best decisions for me right now. And by extension, I cannot be the only person like me who has spent way too much time on this game, has ignored passions, interests, obligations, anything elsewhere. I want to be able to raise children who understand that the society that we live in of social media and being distracted by our phones constantly is not a healthy one, with the exception of Pokemon Go when it's acting right. It typically doesn't involve engaging with people in the real world, which is what we all want and need as humans, whether we acknowledge it or not. We all need human interaction on some level. It is just a base human need. We need actual human community, and those are the things that we need to have in our own lives in order to be fulfilled, and not just mobile phone attachment and social media attachment. I have been very vocal in my hatred of Twitter, in my hatred of social media in general, for the things that it encourages, for the things that it causes, be it outrage culture or short attention spans, being addicted to just constantly being on your phone, seeking that next endorphin hit from seeing that somebody interacted with your post and somebody agrees with you that you're doing something right. None of this is healthy. The only things that are really healthy are the things that bring you joy in the long term, not this short-term narrow focus of social media scrolling and nonsense. I know that many of you have to be out there wasting countless hours on Twitter or countless hours in this game doing things that you in retrospect look back and you wonder why you did that. Quite frankly, it's just an addiction, and I personally have been open about the fact that I was addicted to this game, but I have always framed it as the fact that I chose to find myself an addiction that was at least good for me. I've already described that I was able to lose in excess of 60 pounds over the course of playing this game, have gotten rid of my high blood pressure, high cholesterol, just generally feel better than I ever did before I started playing this game. But just because I've been able to rationalize that and make the decision to play this game over others and allow my addiction to be focused here doesn't make it any less of an addiction, and it doesn't mean that it absolves me of personal responsibility from making the best decisions for myself on an ongoing basis. And when I came to the realization that this game had very little upside at this point and has a whole lot of downside, I felt it was entirely necessary for me to take my focus off of it so that I could show my kids, this community, even my Bellsprouts, especially Ethan, who's just graduated college, and I want him to know that just because some grown man who plays this game is able to justify having it take up this big of a chunk of time in my life and place this much importance on it, it doesn't mean that he should too. I want every one of you to have the most fulfilling life possible. I want you to do what is right for you. And I do not want to encourage anyone to look at me and say, here's an example of somebody who can live life, play this game, and have a healthy approach toward it, because I just don't think that that's possible anymore. Bottom line, I want to do it for me. I want to do it for my kids. I want to do it so that I can encourage people who are stuck like me or were stuck like me to get out of the destructive cycles and patterns that they're in and do the things that truly bring them joy, do the things that they need to do the things that will make them a better, more productive, and happier person. I really genuinely mean that for all of you. I wish for all of you to find your calling, your purpose, your joy, and to follow that. And don't ever let this game, don't let a community day, a spotlight hour, a raid hour, Sylph tournament, GBL set, or anything detract from the things in your life that actually matter. I want to lift up myself, I want to lift up my family, and I want to lift up my community by pursuing my passions and being a living example that you can walk away from this and you can be stronger, you can be better, and you can do things that are more substantial. So you probably have some questions by now if you haven't already turned off the stream. Am I quitting the game? Am I dismantling Bellsprouts? Am I going to run tournaments? Am I going to stream? Am I going to make content? Am I going to come back to the game if Niantic fixes things? The answer to all of the above, and I hope that you all approach things in the same way that I am right now, is one decision at a time, especially a hard one. I am walking away from Bellsprouts because it was always my intention to bring something of value and substance each week to the community. And I feel that I can only do that when my passion is truly in it. And lately, I know that a lot of people have been able to tell when my passion is not in it. And I don't feel like that's fair to me. It's not fair to the community. And it's not a sustainable path. Today was the first time that I consciously made the decision that I would consider intentionally skipping playing a day of playing this game, of spinning a stop. I did not, in fact, do that because I was trying to test a Pokeball Plus that I dismantled and was testing, and I got it back to working. So I did, in fact, spin a stop today. But I want to encourage you, I'm going to actively choose days where I interrupt my streaks and I simply just don't care. I actively choose to interrupt my streaks. Why am I doing that? Because this game, at its most base level, is predatory on so many psychological triggers that we all have as humans, whether we think that we are immune to them or not. It is deeply rooted in FOMO. It is deeply rooted in addiction. It is deeply rooted in habit. It is deeply rooted in distraction. And so I would ask you to honestly ask yourself the question, is there a point in a game that comes from a company like Niantic, which claims to be high-minded and want people to get out and want to build a better AR world for the rest of us to live in, and all of the good, bad, and dystopian things that John Hankey says? Is there a reason that we have 7-day streaks in the game, whether it's for catching, for spinning, any of that? Is there a justification for that that you can make that is not based on the fact that they want us to be addicted? And I would assert to you that there is not. And that if you have a justification that you are going to put forth, I would heavily scrutinize your own assertion, because I think that it will probably be flawed. It is simply the case that Niantic has, as the years have gone by, adopted more and more of the mobile game or Facebook game, any of the addiction-based game mechanics that have been adopted by so many games that are solely designed to keep you addicted, keep you coming back, keep you bringing your friends in. We have had 7-day spin streaks, 7-day catch streaks. We've obviously had egg hatches for a long time, but they have ramped up the manner in which they use the loot box system, both by what they put in the eggs, how many incubators they encourage us to use, the way the eggs are distributed. Every bit of the game is designed to rope you in, pull you in, and keep you addicted. I would assert that while we all understand this is a free-to-play game and it has mechanics of it that you can pay for, that the way the system has evolved is unhealthy for the game. It is unhealthy for anyone who seeks to treat this game as anything more than just another mobile game. in which case I will tell you that there's really not such a thing as a mobile game that is truly healthy for you. People obviously have gamified different things like fitness and language learning and things like that, and those at least have a benefit. But any true mobile game that all you're doing is you're trying to have fun with it, none of those are good, because at the end of the day, if it is a free-to-play mobile or social media game, they are designed simply to keep your attention, keep your focus, take as much of your money as possible, and keep you in the app as long as possible. When people ask, why doesn't Niantic make the evolve screen shorter? Why don't they make the catch screens shorter without having to do the quick catch method? Why don't they make the rocket battles quicker? Why don't they make XYZ transitions faster? Why don't they make the gift opening faster? There's a very, very, very simple reason that they don't do a lot of this, and some of it is based, I'm sure, on Pokemon Company input, but the base reason that they do all of this is because they want you to be looking at and engaging with this game as much as possible. Even if to some extent you are viewing it as a negative and a time sink, if it is something that you continue to do, if you're opening those gifts and you just keep opening those gifts and you're sitting through the animations and you are just enduring what you have to, then you are buying into their culture. You are buying into the idea of, I need to do this every day. I need to open X number of gifts. I need to catch something. I need to spin something. It's essentially gotten to the point where Niantic wants to map out our days for us. Instead of us finding a way to set goals and enjoy this game for ourselves, Niantic has kind of gotten where they want to tell us, the best way to enjoy it is by, well, make sure that you play with your buddy a lot and engage in that and let it walk on the screen real slowly. Make sure you open all your gifts and send all your gifts, and make sure that you do all the raid hours, and make sure that you do all these things. Even the new raid animations, while I think that they're great in terms of visual appeal, they're really just designed to make the whole raid process more appealing because they want people to engage with it more and do more paid raid passes. It's all very, very clear what they're trying to do. And you all may have even seen recently that there was some article from the mainstream press that was cycling around recently that basically just said, catching wild Pokemon is irrelevant in Pokemon Go now. And it really, sadly, is the case for a lot of purposes. And Niantic is trying to steer as many people as possible toward the other mechanics of the game, toward the mechanics of doing what they want you to do. While I have a hard time imagining moving forward that I am going to continue to stream weekly Jiggly Tourneys, previously Shoutcast School, like I have been doing for some time, I really haven't decided that. I really haven't decided what I am going to do, whether I'm going to stream things that are music, aren't music, whether I'm going to abandon Twitch entirely because I don't specifically believe in it as a great platform. I haven't made any of those decisions. If you have a specific question that I haven't answered, I probably still don't know the answer. All I know is that I am going to single-mindedly be pursuing my passion for music and ensuring that I can maintain my physical and mental health, and of course just being a dad for my kids, which I think is my most important calling in life. So those things are more important to me than any of the rest of it, and all of the rest of it has to work around that. If this game manages to find a way to bring me back in, then I will only do so to the extent that it is viable to maintain all of those other things: my passion for music, my mental and physical health, and being a dad. If you connect with what I do, if you've ever connected with what I do, if you connect with me as a person instead of just me as a Pokemon Go personality, as a Pokemon Go pundit, if you connect with me, then I want to talk to you. I want to hear from you. I want to know how I connected with you, why I connect with you, and even better yet, how you would love to continue to connect with me. If you haven't noticed over the years, the thing that I enjoy the most is talking to new people, collaborating with people, learning from people, and just getting a wide variety of opinions, perspectives, personalities, talents, and trying to see what can come of that. Because I don't believe that is something worthwhile in pursuing right now in Pokemon Go. I'm going to do it somewhere else unless somebody brings me the right opportunity. If you have a vision that you believe I can help bring to life and do so in a way that is good for everybody, then please, I want to hear from you. If you are somebody who connects with me on the level that you love music and you want to make music and you want to collaborate with people on music, I want to talk to you. I want to know how I can help you work with me. I want to know how I can help you reach your goals. And I want to know how you can help me reach my goals, because frankly, I am not a talented and accomplished musician at this point. I have it in my mind that I can do it, and I guarantee you that I'm going to single-mindedly pursue it. And so if I fail, then I fail. But I have a belief that I can do it, and the more support that I get from the community, from my community, from anyone, in the form of encouragement, in the form of assistance, learning, in the form of even money, all of that will help me get where I need to be in order to reach my goals. And I want to be part of helping other people reach their goals as well. So if I'm speaking your language, please reach out to me and understand that I want to do things that are beneficial for everyone, not just me. I am not in it just for myself, but I will not compromise on what I believe in. I want to collaborate. I want to learn. I want to find new ways to work with old friends and new friends. Ideally, I want to find a way to still stream with Alyssa and Ethan, whether it involves this game or not. I want to find a way to stream with my long lost Twitch Sings people that have scattered to the wind. And I want to find a way to stream with anybody who is legitimately musically talented, far more musically talented than I am, but is willing to give me something that they think I can help them with. Because I do believe that I bring something to the table. I bring a passion. I bring, a little bit of knowledge of production and technical stuff, even though I know that I'm notorious for my audio issues. I'm not a dumb guy. I can get something done for you. And if all you want is somebody to bounce ideas off of, if you want to have somebody listen to your track, if you want to have somebody give ideas to you on your track from my unknowledgeable perspective, then I will certainly do that. It would be just my dream to actually make music with some of my favorite people that I have met over the internet in the music community. Just the process of making music with the people I love would bring me joy. I want to pursue voice lessons. I'm going to improve my keyboard skills. I'm going to improve my production skills. If you think that you can help me do any of those things, if you think that would even be stream content, I am considering streaming my entire musical journey from here until wherever, starting now. I'm not ashamed to go out and show people that I really don't know what I'm doing right now, because I am pursuing it from a genuine place. And I know that other people that I admire have taken this same approach, and they have literally learned to make music all in the eyes of their streaming audience. So if you want to see what you are capable of, just by proxy, if you want to see what somebody who's a rank amateur can do, starting from really not knowing what they are doing until hopefully someday in the near future making music that I am proud of, then please engage. Please do. If you want to be part of that, if that sounds exciting to you, if you believe in me, if you believe in my passion, then please be a part of that. I would love people who are willing to bring their time, their talents, and even their money, if they are so inclined, to me to reach a common goal. I am an idealist. If you are an idealist, if you don't believe in compromise, if you believe in just single-mindedly pursuing something until you get it right, then come to me, and I want to see what you can bring to the table, and I want to show you what I can bring to the table. So please DM me, ideally not on Twitter or on Twitch, preferably on Discord, or email me at jigglyDad@gmail.com. I literally want to I want to hear all of your ideas, and while I'm sure I won't be able to do all of them, I really hope to bring something new, exciting, and good over the next few months and years. All right, y'all. The way that all worked out, it was a much longer video that I couldn't seamlessly put the outro into it, so it did have kind of an abrupt ending. I really appreciate anybody who stuck around to listen to that. I know that most of it is just kind of listening to me do my spiel over and over again. I did manage to not cry too much off stream, so I don't look like as much of a hot mess as I could be. I love y'all, and if I've been able to convey to you all the amount of love that I have for y'all, if you're receiving what I'm sending, then I believe you'll be back, and believe that I'll be here welcoming with open arms when you do come back. I'll make whatever stream announcements and whatever. I'm sure I'll not be able to fully abandon Twitter in the short term, but probably in the long term. So I want to make sure that that we don't end up in that weird situation where somebody like Holly raids me right before I raid her. I love to send all this love to my girl Holly. She is killing it out there and deserves so much more support than she's got. And I'd like to think that now officially I can call myself transitioning into the part of the music community. It's going to be a slow climb, and anybody who's along for the ride and here to be there with me, I'll appreciate every bit of it. If you're not, I understand that you can't always be in stream. I love you guys. It's been great.